Ladies and gentlemen, we are just about to be live with our very first match of the Final 3. And it's the final 4 players competing for that grand finals victory. But before Neblime even gets out of bed, as he awaits the winner of our preceding 2 matches, to face him in the best of 7 that we have cooking up, we've got 2 best of 5s to get through first. Hamster and Hupsaiya, 2 Protoss stalwarts who have been here for quite a while. Hamster making it to 2 consecutive grand finals last year, wants to make it a 3rd and maybe do better than the silver finish. He's got to go up against Hupsaiya, who's been practicing like a madman over on his stream. And I don't know if Hamster's been doing the same. I don't know if Hamster's been doing what the Shambler does best and studying up on those streams and seeing what's going on. But either way, this is a mirror matchup here. Hamster, known for his Zerg play, switched to Protoss to try to even the odds and make it so that we had more Protoss players than Zerg players. Little did he know there would be an influx of Protoss before and during the tournament. And now, Hupsaiya stands in his way. Last year, in Acropolis, well, the predecessor to Acropolis, Ascension number 7, Hamster carved a path of violence through the lower bracket, making it past Sarcasm in elimination number 3, our first match today. Then he went past the Shambler in the lower final, and he made it to the 7th game of the best of 7. That is the grand final. But it was Neblime to take him down at the end of the day as the old critter ran out of steam. Hamster wants to avoid that situation this time around, if he can. But first he's got to make it past what might be a pretty tough challenger, right? Hupsaiya, top 50 GM in Starcraft 2. Obviously has a good amount of RTS experience, has been channeling that to good effect as he practices and learns and specifically tries to defeat the mirror matchup. He made a promise to Neblime in one of our outer interviews back in the Battlements phase when we closed out his group in style and he was top seed. He said he would be in the grand finals, but the Shambler said that too. And Hamster's over here just looking for a good time. So let's see what we have in store for us. Of course, as you guys may already know, we do have a special map pool just made for this event, and the veto has already come on in. We will be starting on Sideshow. Titan Forge has been removed by Hupsaiya, and Hamster's 2 bans were, I believe, the Purgatory and... pinch me, I'm dreaming. Fata Morgana. Interesting choices. We're going to do a latency test internally, so don't mind the audio you hear in the background. We are not actually starting the match just yet, just making sure that I can set it to the right time. Let's see if we can get away with just high latency here, because that will afford better micro. Looks like we can. So, now with the latency set up, I will await our players to rejoin the match, and we will get into it here. Remember that Hamster has the pedigree of making it to every grand finals that he has been a part of. And at every tournament that he has participated in, he's made it all the way to the end. And if it's been one of those single-day tournaments, he's the winner of his group. It's always excellence for this guy. But he's not the only one hunting for that sort of thing, is he? Last time Hupsaiya was eliminated by Hamster in a very tight match back in the Elimination 2B, all the way back last year. So there is some previous history between these two, a friendly rivalry, quite unlike the salt-laden one that Hupsaiya versus Shambler promises to become if Hup can make it past the man himself. Let's see what gets on with it, man. I'm looking forward to it. Hupsaiya also happens to be our oldest competitor actively playing in this tournament. And with these being the top 4, I mean, there's something poetic about it. There's something really lovely about the fact that when we look at that bracket again, when we look at that upper bracket, how that one paired down, you see Neblime awaiting his eventual opponent. And then if you look at that lower bracket for just a moment, you'll see that the top 4 are indeed Hup, Hamster, Shambler, and Neblime. And these guys have just been around for a good while. So I am looking forward to how this one breaks down. But ladies and gentlemen, I think we are about to get started here. I think we're about ready for the pièce de résistance. As soon as Hupsaiya gives me the ready, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the finals. It's elimination number 3. A mirror matchup to boot. Hupsaiya versus Hamster. Let's get it on. Ladies and gentlemen, we are live! It's gonna be Hamster in the top left and Hupsaiya in the bottom right. Ooh, baby. I'm excited for this one, guys. I think we are gonna have some pretty solid play out of these two. Hupsaiya especially has been practicing for this very matchup. And what more could you ask for than just an absolutely stellar mirror matchup to kick things off? You guys like Protoss? Well, if you hate them, then you're going to like this match because Protoss is guaranteed to lose. And if you like them, then you'll love this match because Protoss is guaranteed to win. You simply can't lose in this situation. We've got another PvP cooking up in the lower final as Shambler is also Protoss, but we have a Zerg in Neblime awaiting us, who said that if he wins this tournament, he will play as none other than Protoss in the next tournament. So, you know, the man just wants to watch the world burn. Hupsaiya with the gateway on the low ground here to form a bit of a wall. You can't exit Drakadons through this, I'm pretty sure, but Zealots and Legionnaires can still go through. And obviously you have to block the top between the gateway and the pylon there. It's a lattice first for Hamster, though, and this will be scouted. It's a pylon scout from our opponent here, from Hamster's opponent. We'll see if he can make things happen magically. Second lattice. Now, this is interesting. This is a different look. I don't think that Hupsaiya is exactly prepared for this moment. I feel like, you know, he's going to come in here. He'll eventually scout it and see, indeed. I mean, he doesn't know that it's a vassal coming, but this is one of the only early air units that you can make as Protoss, right? Everything else comes from gas-expensive structures like the Rogue Gallery and especially the Stargate. And it will be a Legionnaire at first. But as the vassal pops out here, and you know, it's low, say, whelming disadvantage, it's whelming damage, you know, sufficiently whelmed, I think. We're all sufficiently whelmed by how fast or not it's destroying the single scribe. A pylon from Hupsaiya in this location. He's just going to use it to sort of, I guess, keep watch on how many vassals come out here. You know, if you take a long enough time with the vassals alone to pick the pylon and deal with that, then you're obviously not going to be attacking over here, and the Warden is already en route. About 30 seconds to completion, so the vassals have a very limited shelf life here, especially with this Drakadon. I love Hupsaiya pocketing his Legionnaire off to the side, because now he knows exactly how many vassals are hanging around, and he can get this Legionnaire up to start getting some worker kills. A third lattice also scouted, so Hamster's sort of position here is definitely known. Trying to see if he can pick that one scribe. It looks good for him. Hamster down 2 workers already. Not going to be able to get another one thanks to the vassals and the drills, but with the Drakadon out, with the Warden out, I don't think Hamster can attack with this low number of units. A Hierophant coming as the reaction, seeing a nice little diaspora of gateway units chosen, and this pylon will finally go down. So I think it definitely did exactly what Hupsaiya was hoping for, and he's going into double Rogue Gallery behind that. That's his play. He wants maybe those Vagrants, maybe the Barghest. We'll find out what he's exactly planning here. The gateway and the pylon could be tickled over here, but, you know, that's what the Hierophant and the Drakadon are for. Especially when they slow down the vassal like that. Now, it's not going to be good for a kill. You can't really get these units out of here unless you have them rallied off to the side. They do spawn on the side of the rally. There's a lot of vassals still being made. Remember, it was triple lattice. So Hamster going with an interesting choice. And look at this. He's going for his own Rogue Gallery. He is definitely going for the Barghest. He wants to use the armor penetration increase that you get from using a Barghest. Let's see how much damage he can deal with just the 7 now vassals. The vassal count is falling. He's picked 2 workers. And yeah, at this point, he's broken even a little bit faster if he was making workers. But neither of our Protoss players are making workers right now. A couple of these vassals going down. Only 3 of them surviving. 2 more joining the fray. Exciting start But we've got double Kabbalist, and I really don't know what you would even make to try to deal with that, thinking about it. An embassy behind it, this is, you know, a little greedy from Hamster. The double Kabbalist, I mean, he sees the rogue galleries, right? But does he expect it to be that? Or is he just thinking, oh, you're probably going Vagrants so that you can use some hit scan, like instant attack damage in order to deal with my vassal threat? That would be the more logical choice. But actually, it's Kabbalists. Unfortunately, they can't escape the building. Oh, yeah, they can. They can go that way. That's fine. Easy clap, boys. Easy clap. Now, Hamster should have noticed that. Hamster should have noticed that there was a little bit of a shroud there. Let's see what his reaction is. The pylon will finally be picked, dispowering the gateway, but it's not going to be too significant. The pylon can always be remade. And actually, he's now liberated the Striders, and the pylon will be placed not as part of the wall, but separately. Embassy is out here. Can be used for the witness, so you can detect these Kabbalists, but they reveal themselves when they start attacking. I feel like this is just going to be a massacre, though. There's no units back at home. Hamster is caught completely unawares, and there it goes. With two of them, you can immediately one-shot the scribes. You're not going to be able to fend this off the way that you did earlier. And now they fall away. There is no witness over here. The cloaking kicking back into effect now that they're no longer in combat, and this pulls all of the air units back, with the exception of that one vassal. I think Hupsaiya is nominally ahead. Not just in terms of worker count, but also in terms of pressure. The Kabbalist's going to slink off to 12 o'clock, but the threat of them continues. Embassy down here. Even production queues as far as workers are concerned, so neither of our players are getting ahead of each other. But when this embassy finishes, Hupsaiya will be able to outproduce his opponent in terms of worker count. This is a very interesting situation to be in, because despite all of the early harassment with all of the air units, we're kind of in a even-keeled position. I think Hupsaiya, I like his position better. But I don't think that either player got exactly what they wanted out of this early game. I think they're in what we call like a broken situation, where a broken board situation in chess terms or whatever, where you're just not exactly sure how this one plays out. The air force is quite threatening. We still have the three vassals over here to try to pick the Kabbalists, which are going to potentially stop this Nexus going down. Yes, indeed. Just as he was about to place that expansion, the Kabbalists get rid of it. Now, the witness can try to pursue. Oh, no. And just at the same time, though, Hupsaiya leaving the area here with all of his units, he's going to start to get attacked. And the one pylon powering everything has gone down. Artosis smiles upon him. The Matrix, an expensive purchase there that's normally quite effective in these situations, going to get bursted down thanks to the lack of power. The Hierophant almost getting burnt down as well, but that's not going to be the case. And actually, catching one of the bar guests is huge. Pretty steep gas cost, only one rogue gallery for production. And every one of those adds one extra armor pen to the vassal. It doesn't have any natively. So when it's dealing with the Hierophant, it's getting dealing only 5 damage. The Draconin, only 4 damage. The Gateway, only 2. You really want that bar guest count to be high enough so that you can effectively ignore the armor if you're going to go this kind of strategy. And sure, you got more vassals streaming on in here, but that bar guest, it's all by his lonesome. Gateway repowered, more and more Vagrants coming. The Kabbalists still roving the area. Not yet spotting anything of significance. A single Vagrant standing vigil. And another dive onto the gateway, but not super efficient. 16 vassals. I mean, the count getting higher. We have a witness moving out towards the bottom left, and the Kabbalists have snuck on in for some more harassment. We're talking about, yeah, at this point, this is a lot of worker kills taken care of. He's falling back, but there is a witness over here to reveal that, and I'm not so sure that Hupsaiya was aware. Despite that, though, he's climbed up to a 15 worker advantage, or just about. It'll be more in just a moment as his next round of workers pops out. But his opponent is on even worker production. It's just a question of, you know, who uses the economic advantage they have. No extra gas being harvested here for Hupsaiya. Not even harvesting from his ridge, in fact. He's only got, is that 2 on the gas? Yeah, oh no, he's got 3 on the geyser. Okay, I was going to say. That's even lower than I thought. A lot of minerals in the bank. Can start to think about adding more production. He's already starting to expand his pylon power as a result, and maybe even thinking about taking his third base. Does have to watch out for this force over here. He's now putting a warden down, but it's just as the air units are coming on in. So he loses 1 worker, ends up losing all of those as well. Not going to cancel those wardens. Remember, he does have a decided advantage in that respect. No splash damage, though. So this is a straight-up fight where Hamster is betting that he can overpower the forces. I think that's an overcommitment, though. The Vagrants doing a great job of dying more than once here, thanks to their passive, where they turn into a sort of destined-for-failure unit. And now with the Barghest picked, there's really only 11 vassals left. The Vagrant's trading very efficiently in this situation, and Hamster puts his foot off the gas. He moves all the way to the top left with his camera, just thinking about macroing, but he didn't move his vassals far enough away, so that secondary trade was very good. But we still have 4 lattice production here. He's only made 1 ground combat unit. We'll make it 2 with that second Vagrant. Trying to set the pace with nothing but those vassals. And it's a cheesy strategy, but is it going to work out? A Grand Library coming, a good situation for Atriuses where they deal that splash. Would also love a lattice for idols on Hupsaiya's side, but he's not keen on it just yet. Could even go for a Stargate, grab a couple of land effects, but instead he's going to go ahead and take his third base. So he is ahead of his opponent in terms of worker count, still hovering around that 15 mark despite the worker deaths that occurred in the natural. Opponent has a witness in his base. Hupsaiya stationing a witness over here to scout for any air movement, which is a good call. Definitely makes sense. Those Kabbalists didn't get too much action dealt with the second time, but remember, they're responsible for around 8 or 9 scribe deaths so far in this game, and that's coupled with the one that his Legionnaire got early on. Small margins turned wide. That makes up the majority of the worker difference here for our players, where Hamster is down about 18 right now. Ground move out, but just in time, the Nexus is now going to start to get focused down. Only now losing its shields. There's an opportunity here for Hupsaiya to incur some damage, but it looks like Hamster is going to go ahead and commit for the Nexus cancellation, and it's not going to happen. Hupsaiya holds his nerve and even picks off multiple bar guests in the process. Sniping the witness as well for good measure. Says, get off my lawn. That Nexus will not go down. Matrix of Hamster's own at the front gates, but not protected by anything. We've got 2 more lattices going down so that Hamster doubling, tripling, sextupling down on the vassal production. He thinks that they will deliver him from this situation. And 2 more Kabbalists have made their way across. Going to go ahead and force out any sort of harassment at the third. There is no third. Hupsaiya more ahead than he even thought, especially with that Nexus just now finishing. We can start to harvest from a third geyser. Very, very important. Another witness for Hamster may have caught wind of a couple of movements here from Hupsaiya, though it's not yet determined. Now harvesting Vespene from the ridge in the natural, but not the main, and of course the geyser in the natural. A lot of resources starting to bank up for Hamster, who takes a perhaps not so informative engagement here. We don't have any charlatans for splash, but it might not matter. The Kabbalists diving on the Vagrant, they are going to be able to DPS them very nicely. Even a Zealot for good measure, but these vassals are spread out all over the place, not really being focused down by anything. There goes the Barghest. Finally, we're going to see some more value there, and the Kabbalists, unfortunately, charging into an anti-melee turret. Not exactly the best choice. So, not a great trade in favor of Hupsaiya, but he is going for the Atriuses, and he is taking his 6 o'clock. So his 4th is coming online before Hamster even throws down his 3rd. Now remember, this Nexus is still very brittle in terms of its HP, but it is at full shields. Big surprises there. And a synthetic Synod has been started. Are we going to see Empresses? No, it'll be a Demiurge. Okay. Demiurge Vassal. Interesting choice. More workers being transferred out. The military size for Hupsaiya, very, very small right now. Witness spotting 6 o'clock. That's going to be the next target for Hamster. Doesn't want his opponent to get so far ahead, but we do have 2 Atriuses here. They can deal a ridiculous amount of splash damage when all of your vassals are balled up into one location. And I don't see any Barghests with this force. So armor is going to play a massive factor in keeping this Nexus alive. There is 33 of them, so remember, there's still a lot, but they're only now starting to chunk on through. And they do need to respect this. You can see just a couple of Atrius shots killing a couple of those wounded vassals, and you just have to imagine what would have been the difference maker if just one Barghest with that fleet. You definitely would have seen a Nexus be killed or canceled by that point. So yet another attempt at denying the eco of Hupsaiya, and it doesn't go his way. Atrius getting stuck in the wall is a classic Brood War thing. Second Grand Library, Mass Atrius being the response to Mass Vassal. Well, Mass. There's 5 or 6 of them. That's still a pretty good number. The one Demiurge standing tall, seeing what it can accomplish. And here comes another attempt, but there's an engram here, and that's just a graveyard of vassals, down to 24, despite replenishing in between. Surveying the battlefield. What's next? Hamster heading to the double gas base in the top right, perhaps, as his intended fourth base. Will that ever be suspected? A second row gallery for more bar guests, and he's adding in some golems to the mix. Front line for the demiurges, perhaps. Definitely going to be an option here, as Hupsaiya pushes on forward. Has he gotten the right kind of composition to not only deal with the vassals, but still be able to sustain and deal damage to the rest of this force? His single target burst fire isn't too spectacular here, but he has some Dracodons for that. He has a witness spotting the edge of this army movement. An Empress coming on now, not a bad shout. 9 o'clock being considered by Hamster, but not yet going to be turned on for the attacking. Okay, we do have the two demiurges engaging, and they do have cliff advantage, so they are going to be pretty massive here. Trying to micro the Atreus' back. They're a little bit unwieldy. The Vagrants focusing down the Golems, a great choice there. You can leave the splash to deal with all of the air units, and it looks like it's going Hupsaiya's way, especially as the demiurges can't really focus fire any individual target right now. Attempting to try to fix that, but most of the front line has already gone down. There's more Golems rotating in, so still a healthy number there. Remember, we're at a closer reinforcement point for Hamster as well, and this composition, not exactly what Hupsaiya was planning on practicing against. I guarantee you he's never seen this level of play, or this particular composition, configuration of the Protoss arsenal. The Empress out as well now. Zombify its victims, turn them into short-lived, mind-controlled servants. If the demiurges can commit to a target, they can also start seizing these higher value units like the Atreus. And we're starting to see some heralds here. Heralds are great for keeping your melee units alive for longer. There is an Ancestral Archives as well, so absolutely bound to see some Optectons or Patriarchs, something to allow that sustain. Patriarchs would be great for splash as well, but it will be an Optecton, it looks like. All right, the first Golem going down. There's only 4 of them remaining. Make that 3, and on top of everything are the vassals. That's not where you want them to be. There's a single Charlatan multiplying the damage and the projectile count so very much of those Atreises, but we still have the one Golem left alive, trying its best to be anti-splash here. Every time the Golem takes damage, it kind of bleeds shields to nearby allies. Here comes a bit of a Kabbalist attack. There are 3 Wardens here, so the amount of damage should be kind of negligible, especially since Hupsaiya... Oh, yeah, there we go. He's going to get a couple of workers here at the very least, but then they get pulled in to those Wardens. So one of them escapes, maybe breaking the attack for just a moment. I'm not so sure that Hupsaiya was bargaining on this game going long. But he has the macro advantage in theory. 12 o'clock being taken, so at the same time as 3 being saturated by Hupsaiya. Hamster's still behind the 8 ball a little bit, but does he have the compositional advantage here? Looks like a bunch of vassals ended up taking hits there. The Matrix getting tickled, indicating, hey, this is where my army is. What is the response from Hupsaiya? He's got some units coming in from the right-hand side, and then he wants to maybe sandwich these demiurges if he can. But as of right now, the Empress getting some activation value. Unfortunately, that Matrix doesn't have any power, so that's not going to work out. Now some of these units are starting to slink on in. Legionnaire controlled, claimed by the dominating power of the Demiurge. These Golems keeping all of those gateway units at an arm's length. The Empress, oh man, a Hierophant would be great right now. Slow down that retreating air unit. And unfortunately, the Golems are just staying alive for way too damn long. Some focus fire coming in from beneath the ramp. But this engagement doesn't look so good for Hupsaiya. Where are his heavy units? He's got a horde of Legionnaires that need to make it on through here. He doesn't realize he's got a couple blocking him in the gas path. If he can get that over the hump, he could definitely be in a better position. Could also station some Optectons here to deal with this Demiurge without leaving too much power on the front line there. The Engram might be able to deal with these vassals. There's only a couple of them left, but they will speed the attack from the Golem. So he's going to concede this base and take top right instead. Hamster, with the first time the entire game that he's had a base advantage, although he hasn't saturated it yet, and worker advantage still in favor of Hupsaiya. A humongous force of Zealots and Legionnaires, couple Charlatans mixed in. The Herald's not in a great position to activate their passive, but if they can get on top of the Golems, suddenly maybe we can have a little bit of a sustain war in favor of Hupsaiya. He pokes out a little bit. There's this one random scribe gonna keep watch. capping the geysers preemptively. He's very confident about taking that base on the top right. Oh no, a charlatan's been stolen by the Empress. It will eventually time out. Needs to get the rest of his army in. He's preparing the split. Now here comes the rest of the engagement, and there is enough Tecton on the field. A second one behind it. We are going to see that siege try to burst down these golems that have been so deadly for so long. But I don't know if they can hold the front line. There's too many zealots, too many legionnaires outspending and out-macroing. A couple of units coming in from the bottom rope as well, and these demiurges are toast. A couple more units coming in from the top, but I don't know if they've got what it takes. They need to get through. That demiurge from Hamster is definitely staying alive. We've got a Patriarch here as well. Only one of them left. Yeah, the one on the bridge is already gone. There's two Empresses over here, but the Patriarch can help with that quite a bit. And look at that, having to tuck tail. Hamster only has a couple of high-tech units left to his name. 4 demiurges in total, and you count the one that is retreating from the current battle. And the question is, does this force have enough power and oomph behind it to attack and defeat the 9 o'clock position? That's where all of Hamster's forces have gone to, whereas a big force from Hupsaiya has already circled up and now threatens that natural base. A war on 2 fronts could erupt here, and it would definitely favor Hupsaiya to take at least 1 or 2 of these positions. Gonna poke over here and reveal that that's where the army is consolidated at. He's Witness even adding more value for that information. Both of our players having quite the bank right now. And it looks like wrapping around to try to deal with this 12 o'clock is going to be the name of the game. Some Wardens outranged on the low ground thanks to that cliff. And meanwhile, the rest of the force kind of kept over here thanks to Hupsaiya poking on in towards 9 o'clock. A dynamic game unfolding in front of our eyes here as 12 o'clock is going to get fully surrounded by this gateway army. Those workers are not going to be able to evacuate. Only one Uptecton falling so far, and it was a great trade in favor of Hupsaiya thanks to all those golems going down. I'm not so sure he can break this position, but he can at least try to make that Uptecton work and outrange the static defense. Unfortunately, wandering one Uptecton in there, that's not going to work out too nicely for him, but he will still be able to pressure out and destroy all of the workers here at 12 o'clock, which is a huge win for him. Refocusing a little bit of his micro on that 12 o'clock position, but Hupsaiya is losing the front elsewhere. A Demiurge going down, though, is a pretty big scalp to find. He's reconsolidated a situation over here. There is still that one Demiurge that can be dealt with. I think Hamster is overextending a little bit over there. And anytime he takes a unit, it basically dies immediately, so it's not paving the way to victory exactly. Retaking 6 o'clock now with this tempo advantage, and we're going to be at 6 bases for Hupsaiya very momentarily. This base I don't necessarily count as a full one because, yeah, it's already been demolished in some capacity. More units massing up to try to attack 12 o'clock yet again. And this is as the army is leaving the building here for Hamster. Trying to be confident in just the static defense, but another attack at multiple fronts. I think Hamster might get flattened. Couple more coming up to the ramp to contest this force. Where's the engagement from everywhere else? That's the question. Clarion over here to try to spread the damage. It's going pretty well, but unfortunately it is starting to make it so that this fight goes Hamster's way. Yeah, I feel like the Clarions have been really good here at keeping these golems alive. Another attack coming in at 12 o'clock, though. Can Hamster hold on? I think his defenses might be enough to slow this down. Yeah, Hupsaiya, he lost his main army. He's out. The first game going the way of the Hamster. Now, that's not at all what I expected. I thought Hupsaiya had it for sure. Looks like maybe Hupsaiya is having a moment with himself here in a moment. So give us 1 sec and we'll be back. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back and getting into it. Derelict will be selected as the next map. And our players are loading on in. Hamster took that last one. It was a very long-winded PvP match. Hupsaiya, after losing his stack of high-tech units, and considering his attack at 12 o'clock wasn't working out very nicely for him, he decided that he was going to tap out of that one. But hey, Derelict is coming on up. So let's see how this one works out. We've got Hupsaiya in the bottom left, Hamster in the top right. Well, that opening was not exactly what Hupsaiya had practiced against. He had definitely been counting on Hamster to go something a little bit more on the gateway style. If Hamster can make that one work again, I don't know, man, it could be pretty crazy. The other thing that you guys have to remember, though, is that all of our matches here are being played live. What does that mean? It means that whoever exits out of elimination 3, they've got to face the Shambler with some break in between the matches, of course, but very soon after this one concludes. So whether it's Hamster or Hupsaiya, there's still more play to be had. And if they defeat the Shambler, then they have to play Neblime in the very next match, which will also be later today. So it's a brutal format to have to play from Elimination 3's POV. You've got to be, the odds are stacked against you, let's say. We don't play these matches with like a day break or anything. So it's kind of a gauntlet to run the last couple of matches from this point in the bracket. Keep that in mind as the mission continues forward here. Hamster up 1-0, and if every game looks like that, where it's almost 30 minutes of nonstop back and forth with so much of the tech tree being used and your brain trying to remember all the different units and what will be good in this position versus that position, that's a pretty big move, right? It's a pretty big move. You might be losing your marbles before you're even ready for it. But Hupsaiya said that he would defeat Hamster 3-1. So, depending on how it goes, we could be seeing the same sort of situation, right? It's a lattice first into gateway here for Hupsaiya. We'll see if he can reclaim the victory here. It's going to be Simulacra. Not a bad choice versus Legionnaires, in theory anyway. That seems to be the idea that Hupsaiya is going for, because it will indeed be a Legionnaire first for Hamster, and a 2-gate opener for him as well. He's not paying too much attention to this unit, so he's going to have to move a little bit further along. You got to help your melee units in Cosmonarchy, same as Starcraft 1. Some people think that's silly, and while it does look a little silly sometimes, I think it you got to remember what you leave behind if you don't do something like that. Same as the workers idling on the rally point, right? There's always a question from a game design perspective of what do you lose if you remove that? But enough about game design. We're talking about the actual games right in front of us. Now, these two Legionnaires are going to charge on forward, shrug off those initial attacks. What does Hupsaiya do in response? He's got a third sim. Now, Hamster knows to avoid attacking the sims here. That's not at all something that he has to worry about. And with the Drakiden out as well, I think that at this point, our race car buddies are just going to end up leaving the building here. Focusing down the high health one is not necessarily the right move, but hey, he manages to pick the low health one anyway on the way out. Now we've got an embassy back here. Of course, Hupsaiya doesn't know that, but he's going for a golem. I guess a couple of golems wouldn't hurt in this situation, as well as another Drakiden. I'm not sure if he can apply pressure with this build, with this configuration of units, and I think Hamster's realized that, so he's going the embassy super early with the intention of smashing on through to make things happen, right? So he's going to just slam out his macro, maybe get an expansion faster as well, pump out that worker count, because he doesn't expect Hupsaiya to be able to create a powerful attack force from this position. I don't think I've seen this configuration of units before, though. It's quite interesting. Sims, Drakidens, a single golem. He's got the Zealot out as well. And right now he's just making more golem, more Drakiden. This is a pricey like mineral composition, and it looks like maybe he's going to expand behind it. So he'll cut some worker, or some unit production rather, while he awaits for his Nexus, and indeed he will be putting it down here. So there you go. What more do we have here? A witness coming out first. Okay, fast witness. Hamster will use his embassy to eventually add some workers to the queue. Indeed, he already has. So that's something to keep in mind. And he will be able to spot this expansion just with the Legionnaire alone, right? So at that point, he's going to know that maybe Hup is playing a little bit more on the conservative angle. But the faster embassy will definitely help Hamster in this position. Now, his Legionnaire will be claimed. Now, the Witness will move in there in a moment. Another Legionnaire has been made in hitherto with the purposes of setting up a little bit of a, not really a containment, but just to, you know, deny vision and sort of make sure that that third base doesn't go up for free. Second gate being added, the Witness now roving the area. If Hup is observant, he will see that indeed there is an embassy, but he's going to see that anyway with his vassal. So checking the worker count here. He does not know that there's a Nexus started for Hamster, but he might be able to surmise that based on the 3-gate, 1 embassy count, the fact that his embassy is a bit earlier, right? Now, right now, the Hamster worker count is pretty much the same as the Hupsaiya worker count, with the exception of like 1 worker, but that's going to start to build lead-wise. And I guess it won't build that far because this Nexus is about to finish, but when the embassy finishes for Hupsaiya, which I'm assuming he's going to build at some point, he's going to be up against 3 worker production thanks to that early Nexus here for Hamster as well. So, you know, it's kind of even for now, but interesting that we're already seeing some deviation. A lot of Ecclesiasts being added to the mix, as well as a single lattice maybe for Golems for an even beefier front line, or maybe for Idols so that he can deal with some vassal production here if the need arises. We do have a couple of move-outs here, and I think that Hamster will be aware of this. So our Protoss forces are meeting in the middle of the map, and actually this is a much better situation here for Hupsaiya, although his Hierophant isn't with this force. Oh no, he doesn't have the Hierophant. That's Hamster who has the Hierophant. I was going to say, I'm pretty sure I remember a Hierophant being here, but that's actually in the main base there watching for drops or flybys with rest of the units, and you can see here that Hamster has since collected that force. So Hupsaiya applying a little bit of pressure here at the gates. Vassals on the move towards 12 o'clock. They might be able to get a little bit of damage dealt. We do have a Warden being put down now, pretty much on cue, and indeed there are a couple of idols coming here for Hamster. He's just going to use those versus the vassals, but he will notice a conspicuous lack of vassals in the front lines, and so now he's going to react by pulling a couple of his units over here while the Warden is destroyed. That was not canceled. That's important to note. And Hupsaiya is now going to see if he can take advantage of this position by attacking in at the same time as his vassals wreak havoc on the mineral line. So he's guaranteed some kind of advantage through this. Now up by 5 workers, and unfortunately his Dragon is kind of stuck there, but the Golems keeping it alive thanks to their passive. The Vassal Micro has been pretty good. Hamster has not pulled his workers to the natural, so he's losing even more of them. Hupsaiya considering the attack forward, but instead he's just going to pick a couple of additional workers and then head on back. He'll even cut the attack on the front as well, as Hamster had already withdrawn back to his Matrix. As a reminder, the Matrix has a similar passive to the Ecclesiast, where it hits a unit, and that unit radiates shields to the ally of the Matrix, or the owner of the Matrix. The other thing, though, that it does is that it releases shields on a pulse every time it attacks around the Matrix, so you'll get 2 pulses, one around the Matrix when it fires, and one at the victim that it hits. And that's important because if you put it in your mineral line, it's going to be restoring the shields of your scribes while they're mining passively, and can help versus things like vassals in particular. Now, this one is a little bit further afield, but, you know, it's still something that is worth noting. Maybe it'll come into play if more vassal harassment happens later on in the game. A Matrix here for Hupsaiya as well. You know, it brings a smile to my face to see Matrixes used after all. A synthetic Synod coming. Maybe he wants to just start making use of the mind control himself. There was, of course, the Demiurge and the Empress being used earlier. So it looks like he's going to go ahead and flex towards that himself. He does not have a Witness out, or if he does, it's not in his army. Yeah, I don't think I see a Witness here for Hupsaiya. So some of the reason why he was able to get that Synod up so soon was definitely related to his ability to, you know, conserve on the Vespene production, right? Hupsaiya does have a little bit of a mineral bank. He could think about capping his gas, but since he's only on 2 base, he doesn't really have the ability to make that work. At least not right now, because if you cap your gas, you can't harvest from it while it's warping in. So that's something to keep in mind, is that there would be downtime there, and he needs the timing. Not sure what he's going to spend his minerals on in the meantime. Looks like a couple of extra gateways here will be added on, so going up to a total of 4. And Hamster's moved across the map in a similar position to what he was at before, and this Nexus is going to have to be canceled almost immediately there. He doesn't kill the Scribe, though. I don't know if that's like some kind of wacky bait or if he's just sort of a little bit more focused on making the attack happen. But as this is going on, we've got Vassals slinking on in, sharking towards the pylon to see if they can get rid of that and depower the production. Hamster keeping most of his zealots alive thanks to his mass Ecclesiast move. That is going to melt the front line, but is it going to be enough? Because we still have all of these Dracodons for focus fire, and you just can't sustain through all of that. Or so I think. The Matrix now going down, and that is a very, very fast crumble. But the Vassals still making things happen. They have sniped the pylon over here. Another lattice going to finish, but not going to be able to do too much there. And Hamster, he's throwing caution to the wind, charging forward, using his Ecclesiasts in melee range because they need a makeshift front line with all the Zealots having gone down. Can this force be defended? Hupsaiya producing a Demiurge, producing Dracodons out of his gateways. I think he might be able to hold here. And the Vassals are still wreaking havoc over on this side. I think we play on after this, but let's see how much of damage we can have. The pylon is that the one powering the Synod? I don't think it is. It's the one powering the Synod. The Demiurge will not come out, but Hamster needs to be aware of that. He needs to slink on around and maybe get some eco damage because he's already lost a couple of workers to the Vassals, and he's obviously lost a lot of military time thanks to that pylon snipe. Now charging forward, seeing if he can pick these Dracodons. The workers trying to surround and force out Hamster's forces. That will be the end of this push. I don't know how to describe who is ahead here, but I think it's Hamster, judging by his third base already being up. He's got a very minimal gas mining from it. In fact, none at all. But he is well saturated in his main and natural. Even worker count, you favor the guy with more bases. Sometimes, even if the worker count's like 20 up, you still favor the guy with more bases. Depends on what they're harvesting. First Demiurge already out. Second one on the way. Got multiple pylons powering up these gateways. Unlikely to lose access to them in the future, and the Vassals still finding value this late in the game. Couple pylons over here for extra power. Man, remember what I said about the time here at Prostration Stage. Hamster is going to go the Mind Tyrant route and steal Hupsaiya's Demiurges. That's my prediction anyway. Oh, man. Let's see what Hupsaiya ends up gunning for in this situation. Thinking about taking his 6 o'clock, thinking about taking the bottom right as well. Got to remember that these bases, you can drop workers here and they can instantly return to the ministries. Same up in the top left. All right, the game goes on. And indeed, a Mind Tyrant is in production. Vassal's going to come in here and see that Prostration Stage. Many matrices, okay. He's going to be zoned away from doing that. Best he can do is tickle the Prostration Stage, but the Crucible is going to power it to make it even more powerful. You know, I would just control the Vassals. I'd be like, yeah, that's right. I used this very expensive unit to steal your Vassals. What are you going to do about it? I don't think he noticed that it was a Mind Tyrant that came out of there. This is just a nuisance, though, you know. It doesn't really do anything. At least right now. Maybe if he ignores it for a couple minutes, it'll eventually kill the Prostration Stage. Eventually. 12 o'clock being claimed by Hamster. So it looks like our boys are doing the same sort of thing. All right, we've even got a Clarion here to share the shields, keep those units alive. Now, Hamster has to think about his argument here. Think about his attack very carefully. He could try to steal the Clarion, which would be a great move. Let's see what that Mind Tyrant gets up to. We can hold Alt to see where it's being ordered to. You can see Hamster trying to keep a good control of it. The problem is, oh, look at that. He tags the one unit with the Hierophant. It slows everything. The on-hit effect spreading across all those units afflicted by the Clarion. Normally, it's a blessing, in this case, a curse, but it doesn't look like Hamster wants to press his advantage. A scary sort of like infinite synergy, infinite sustain composition is being set up here as Hupsaiya wants to charge on forward. He has a similar composition to what Hamster did before, but is he ready for the Mind Tyrant? He definitely saw it. I just don't know what he's got cooking behind that. The Vassal's now tickling 12 o'clock. A couple of these units being picked thanks to these positions at the spokes. Sort of attacking with the extremities, using the Demiurge to try to soften some of these units up a little bit. And indeed, the Vassals are going to destroy some of these pylons. A couple Dracodons there, going to force a cancel out of the Nexus. I like this position for Hupsaiya, but Hamster has to watch out. Ooh, look at that. He takes the Clarion, thank you very much. And all of a sudden, the rest of his army, oh my god! What a runaway situation that was. Immediately, as soon as he took the Clarion, the Demiurge started to attack the rest of the army. Now, some of these units are going to start providing back over. Oh no, the Demiurge has been taken by the Mind Tyrant. The Empress is up next. And Hupsaiya, unfortunately for us all, does not type anything. He is not like the Shambler, and he will concede that match as well. Man, Hamster comes out with the Mind Control to defeat the Mind Control, putting on a PvP sort of clinic here, telling you exactly what you need to do when you're up against his own composition. This guy's got compositions within compositions. He's not happy with the situation. All right, it will be Germination selected for the next round here. Hup facing elimination. Yeah, the Mind Tyrants from downtown, not something Hup was prepared for there. So for those wondering what was going on, because I see some discussion of it, when you attack a unit that is affected by a Clarion, it spreads on-hit effects to all of the units owned by that are defended by the Clarion. The Demiurge obviously has an on-hit effect associated with it that steals units if the unit is nearby. And the Demiurge then attacked... the stolen Demiurge attacked the Clarion that was also stolen, and that affected... Or no, it wasn't stolen yet, and that affected everything. So that is why Hupsaiya lost a lot of units at once there. Could have gotten them back, but, you know, in the moment, you're probably not realizing that that's what's going on. We've actually never seen that interaction before. A lot of novelty happening in this PvP set, which is normally not what you think, because it's a mirror matchup. But here we are. Hamster in the top left, Hupsaiya in the bottom right. Man, the fact that a Hamster knows exactly what to make in all of these situations. I'm going to steal a line from Artosis. Chills, dude. Chills. Knows exactly what to make in these mirror matchups. Crazy shit. I mean, that's why the Hierophant was slowing down all of the units shielded by the Clarion, right? So Hupsaiya's got to just eject that from his mind and think about what comes next. Because these matches have looked very different than his previous PvPs in the tournament. Right? His matches against General Anakin, I mean, there was one on Derelict where there was Mind Tyrants used against him, but it didn't look like that. It was very different. So I feel like maybe Hamster kind of laid the trap. He's like, here's my synthetic synod strategy. And then Hupsaiya's like, yes, I'll just take all of these units and use them against my opponent because he used them against me. And then, and then Hamster's like, oh, you're doing that. Well, here's this counter I've prepared. Hamster is such a Chad, dude. Got a couple of gateways coming here for Hamster. A couple of lattices here as well for Hupsaiya. We've had similar colors the whole series, I feel like. I can't remember what the colors were in the last game, actually. Protoss tend to favor this. We have a bunch of color updates, by the way, on pre-release that will be moved to the next version very soon, where you'll be able to select a favored color for each race, or a favored color globally. You can even randomize between a bunch of colors, so you'll just get a random one that, as long as it's valid for the tile set, it'll be randomized, eligible to be randomly selected. It's pretty cool stuff. And also there was a bug fix to the color selector that Veek was able to do. Shout out my homie Veek. He was able to randomly, or fix the random color stuff so that you wouldn't get the same colors over and over again, so... there was a little bit of a bug there where it was a bit too aggressive at trying to be a good color range. So the Vassals early on here for Hupsaiya are going to zone Hamster away. Hupsaiya looking for something in the series. Slams out them vassals. He remembers what Hamster did on Sideshow and how maybe he thinks to himself, I could probably do that even better with my micro, with my knowledge. You know, Hamster is an innovator. He comes up with all sorts of crazy strategies. And yeah, I think we're going to see the Vassal Barghest strategy that Hamster tried versus Hupsaiya. Now the shoe's on the other foot. There's a lot of vassals already out at this stage in the game, so I think Hupsaiya is going for a very fast sort of rush-down victory here. Not playing around, no embassy, no nexus. He just wants to see if he can surprise his opponent, maybe, because his opponent doesn't know. He hasn't been able to scout. Hamster has no idea that the Rogue Gallery is coming. This Legionnaire will be able to give the info over, and we are going to get up to 3 Drac, 1 Matrix in the backline. Okay, I like that, and a Lattice for idols as well. So Hamster's going to try to sort of equip himself with the necessary potency here to deal with the air threat. Still, 8 vassals scoping on in here, looking at what they can grab. 9 of them now, with that extra one that just comes in. They do a little bit of a glancing blow to the pylon, but it will be regenerated. And this Legionnaire has... I don't know if it's actually gone on in. I feel like maybe Hamster still doesn't know that it's the Barghest strat. Now he will, though. Adding a second pylon in case of sudden depowers. As soon as the Rogue Gallery is revealed, you definitely know what's going on here. Scribes are going to be pulled off. They'll have to get back on the line here, but not really accomplishing too much. More vassals coming on back. Yeah, we've got a very nice vassal count right now, right? 17, and it's going to be... yeah, okay, so 18 vassals, the 1 Barghest here. They're going to be able to deal full damage to Hierophants and Pylons, and better damage versus the Dracodons. So, as the Barghest count continues to increase... Oh, no, he's actually going to go into Vagrants after this. Okay. So he wants a big stack of flyers, and then he's going to maybe see if he can pressure the ground army with something else. Is thinking about an expansion. What does Hupsaiya want to do next? Looks like attack his opponent is the answer to that, but Hamster playing a defensive perimeter, establishing that sort of stance. He's already got a secondary pylon, but one of them will end up going down. Looks like one vassal was destroyed, but you almost want one vassal to be destroyed when you're retreating because it gives you that speed boost. I've even seen people like Hupsaiya, right? They've even gone the extent of destroying their own vassal so they can get a speed boost. There's only 2 idols right now, so this is still something you can fight against, but as that idol count continues to grow, yeah, it's going to start to be a lot harder. This is something I thought maybe Hupsaiya would do himself on Sideshow, but it didn't end up happening. Instead, it was Atreus's. He's now going to see if he can sneak in along the left side line. Indeed, there is a Matrix here, but you can focus that down as Hupsaiya, and you should. That's a steep gas investment in this early in the game. He is going to be able to get away with a couple of worker kills. Doesn't want to engage the army just yet. Is clumping up for those all-important idol hits, but again, not that many in each base right now. A couple more have already popped out. A Matrix to cover the gateway. Still perfect pylon coverage right now. Lost a couple of workers, but this is an attrition sort of situation. And remember that Hamster has his Nexus up and will have it up faster. Yeah, it's already up now. So Hupsaiya a little bit behind economically speaking, but by no means the end of the game just off of that alone. Adding a couple more vassals. He's got his own idols. Interesting choices. Idol versus idol. Maybe worried that his opponent would eventually go vassals as well. All right, vassals sharking in. Remember, there's still a lot of them. You destroy one, you're going to give the speed over. He's not focus firing the units that are the most important in this situation, though. He was hitting the vassals, or sorry, the Hierophant instead of the idol. And the idol's what gives all the splash damage out. So, might have been an error in judgment there. I feel like you use that speed boost thanks to the vassals. You can get a lot of stuff done there. Remember, their short range is kind of made up for the fact that they can just dive right in. I was a little bit worried for Hamster's position there, actually. But the other thing to note, too, is that the Matrix was also hitting the vassal, then restoring shields to everything around it. You know how it goes. So. Another worker being added over here. I wonder what that worker's for. If it's not a mistake, he might decide to go in and go for a proxy or something. So how does Hup want to navigate out of this? He's added the embassy. Has a nice worker scaling. Yeah, he's found his random guy in the middle. He doesn't have his third up as fast as Hamster is intending to, so let's see if he can maybe try to force a denial on it. Might find it to be just as difficult as Hamster did when he was doing this on Sideshow. Remember, that was something that Hupsaiya was able to get up to a nice advantage. Has a witness here to maybe snipe enemy detection. I don't know, he could just go after this Matrix here, and then suddenly he can play around the outskirts a lot more. But I do feel like Hamster has configured his army correctly versus the air threat. In a way that, it has to be said, Hupsaiya himself did not on Sideshow. You know, the Atreus's were pretty good later on, but by that point, in some ways, you know, it was a dead even game, but committing to counter the vassals when they were no longer that important of a threat was probably the main thing that Hupsaiya lacked for extra tempo in the mid-game. And that eventually gave way to overcommitting to one spot and then splitting his army, and you know how it went. You guys saw the game. 3 idols stacked up over here. Should be enough to deal with most of this, but again, you got to watch out. If you get a nice spread and you sort of sick onto them, I mean, these are an engram being warped into the production line here, the mineral line. That's a scary position here, as most of Hamster's forces are not in the right spot to deal with this. Engram could have been sniped there, but instead he's just going after... Oh, there's a bunch of dead air units, though. So the vassal threat is essentially canceled as a result of flying over that completed engram. I mean, just 2 shots alone dealing 1,200 damage. You can tell that the moves are there. Now, Witness and Bargus are trying to sync back up with the rest of the force. Third bases are up for both players. Hupsaiya does have vision of this move coming in from Hamster, but can he defend it, right? Does Hamster actually have kill threat from this position? He's got a lot of idols, which are going to be okay, but remember that their projectile gets intercepted by other stuff. So the Matrix is going to be the first thing to fall. Workers have to evacuate. And Hupsaiya had actually left the building entirely, not expecting Hamster to just charge it up. Uncharacteristic kill threat coming out here from Hamster. At the very least, should be able to try to snipe this Nexus or force a decision to be made from Hupsaiya. He's going to try to engage on it. He's got a nice little spot there because there's only 1 golem, or 2 golems and a couple of zealots here. Some more units joining the fray. The idol's dealing some good splash, but golems are really good anti-splash, remember? Now the Barguests are going to get sniped out, so that is going to get rid of the armor penetration here. Only a couple of golems here, but the Vagrant's dealing out some really nice single target damage, concentrated. That goes the front line. Hupsaiya obviously closer to his reinforcement point here. His Nexus getting a little bit of its shields back. Should be saved. And multiple Stargates. It's going to be an Exemplar switch. That's interesting. I think Hamster's realized that his opponent probably isn't going to make air units anymore. And indeed, that seems to be the case in Ancestral Archives coming. If he can make enough Exemplar, he can basically ignore whatever comes out of the Ancestral Archives. 2 of them coming down for Hupsaiya. $12 considered by Hamster. 4th base already underway for Hupsaiya, but it's going to be a little bit before he can make it happen. Yeah, I'd say in terms of army, I much favor Hamster's composition. He's got really good sustain on the front line, decent single target damage from the Drakidens. He doesn't have that many. And the Exemplars are going to be especially good at dealing with the ground threats, of which that's all that Hupsaiya is fielding. And remember that because the idols still exist in some number, our blue Protoss can't really go into heavy air as a response. He's making a Barguest for extra armor penetration, sees that, you know, he only has 1 armor pen on the manifolds and so on and so forth. And he is going to be able to catch a little bit of his opponent underway, but he sees the Exemplar. That should indicate to him that, okay, my opponent is going to have some more air units. You never make, you know, even if you only make 1 Stargate, you never make 1 air unit, right? There's going to be more coming. Big set of static defense set up at the 3rd base, 4th nearly complete, transferring workers. Good management here for both players, but especially Hupsaiya. Not exactly favored in the economy side, or in the military side, but his economy is doing very nicely. He's going to be going for Archons as a front line instead of the more stocky sort of mid-range and long-range options that you tend to have. So he might be a little bit underwhelming in terms of his sustain since he has no Patriarchs. But the Archons could deal a nice amount of damage to, you know, stacked up ground units, and also if they can get on top of the Exemplars. who's to say they can't dish out some unforgettable damage versus them too? But this feels like a very weak forward force. I feel like Hamster can force a retreat, or maybe even just an army victory here, as Hupsaiya is already looking over towards that 3 o'clock base. He does pull his army back now, but the Exemplar is starting to pepper his manifolds. They will drop if they're gotten into a bad position, and it looks like maybe that bad position is right here, right now. This could be a defining fight at this 9 o'clock location. The Golem's getting on top of things, doing very minimal splash damage, but mostly just soaking up the damage, as Hupsaiya has been caught a little bit too far forward with his army. He's going to be ceding some ground as he retreats with the bulk of it, but he's hemorrhaged a lot, and he already wasn't looking too favored. The Archons are done, 2 more in the queue. Let's see what he can make happen here. He's not really aggressively trying to take the fight before the ramp, maybe wanting to use that cliff advantage, which makes sense. Problem is, he's having a hard time getting his units back up there, and his front line is not on the front. A Matrix being started here, about 30 seconds before that one finishes and makes a difference in the fight. Archon's making things happen. Barguesting powering the armor penetration. Not going to be focused down just yet, but it might help get rid of those Golems. Unfortunately, though, with all the Ecclesiasts, the Golems are just not dying, out-sustaining, and the Archons end up falling. This looks like a GG, with Hamster being able to close things out. I don't know what Hupsaiya can field in the background of this. He's at the very least going to lose the 3rd base. Well, maybe not. Maybe he has what he needs to have here, as Hamster kind of flubbing the retreat here a little bit. He loses all of his Exemplars. That was very surprising. Overly fixated on 12 o'clock all of a sudden. It feels like a big flub. But maybe he wants to shark around and deny that 9 o'clock position. Still has 3 Exemplars, so I guess just reset the count right now. Hupsaiya wants to maybe make use of that move. A lot of minerals in the bank for our blue Protoss. Wants to try to sandwich this force. He's got a little bit of splash damage, but remember that the Archons are kind of like a big part of this, and they're off to the side, not really engaging with the majority of what Hamster has on offer. His splash damage definitely reigning supreme over here. The Exemplar staying alive. The Archons having to route around and use their movement speed to their advantage. Try to take a better, more favorable engagement, but now the Exemplars can focus them down. One of them going down. Rest of them consolidating. Okay, Hupsaiya holding on, or at least trying to. 1 Optecton already out, 2 Optectons already out. That might signal to Hamster that he needs to fall back, but the Exemplars can be pretty good versus this situation. Starting to add some Panoptises to the queue. Wants that single target damage even more than he already has. Queued up some Exemplars behind it. Taking another base in the top right. These games have been long. They've been grueling. Relative to the PvPs that we're used to anyway. And I can already tell that the Shambler is biding his time, considering what's coming next. Preemptively destroying his own gateway so that he can make sure to fit units out a lot more evenly, a lot more cleanly as he adds Ancestral Archives to the mix. Top right now going to get thrown on down. Hupsaiya's macro machine continuing, although he has not saturated his 3 o'clock position just yet. Well, based on the army positionings, an attack on Hamster's natural or 3rd base could be pretty good. The problem is, I think Hamster's going to pull the trigger faster. And again, this is something that everybody who is watching Hamster's game said, maybe he doesn't have that killer instinct. Maybe he doesn't pull the trigger when he should. Right now, he's proving to be in a much better position regarding that particular feature of his play. Maybe even thinking about pressing the advantage and taking down the 4th base of Hup, who on the other side of the map is starting to press on in. But we've got Optectons, Golems, Defenses, Engrams, Exemplars off to the side as well. Hupsaiya forcing the issue, saying, I'm not coming back to defend my bases. You can have them, I'm going to have yours. But he's spread around. The Optecton doing some pretty good damage. Golem's trying to keep those Archons well situated. This 4th base is toast. 6 o'clock being set up in the meantime. Some idle workers in top right. And the 3rd base soon to fall thanks to the might of those Optectons on Hupsaiya's army. Panoptis is staying alive somehow. I'm not quite sure how. This Empress not going to come out of the womb at the end of the day. The Synod will end up being depowered almost certainly, and trying to mount a desperate defense, but can he deal with what Hamster is doing back at his home? Bit of a base race situation. I think the Ancestral Archives is going to go down indeed, so that's the heavy hitters. Trying to force on back. What more can he do? But his forces are being sort of hemorrhaged on the other side. More units coming on out. Exemplars trying to deal with all of the lattices. Yeah, this is the exact wrong position here, where Hupsaiya's forces are kind of caught in between two worlds. They're going to try to come on home for a desperate defense. Cabalist's coming out here from the Rogue Gallery. There are no detection, but remember, they decloak when they attack. Oh man, the front line just falling immediately. And this is the bulk of Hupsaiya's defense. The rest of his army in the middle of the map is not going to be able to deal with this. Most of his production depowered. A lot of his base is unpowered. He's got plenty of a bank, but the Tecton's raining hell from above. GG, well played. Hupsaiya concedes. And that will be Hamster making it in 3-0. Crazy, crazy sights. I mean, we saw it all. We saw never-before-seen interactions with mind control, tyranny, and Clarions. Never saw that before in my whole damn life. That's crazy. Then we saw, before that, on Sideshow, we saw just a ridiculous back and forth with air-based play coming out of Hamster, and then conditioning his opponent to responding to that, only to switch out to a much more potent single move. And that last game, a base race to close the series, this might have been a 3-0, but goddamn, every game was close. Every game had play. Every game had something, dare I say, iconic about it. I'm going to remember this series for a very long time. And like Juji says, always bet on deranged Joaquin Phoenix. I agree. I agree with the chat on this one. Crazy, crazy stuff. Well, while I update the bracket, let it sink in. Hupsaiya will not progress forward to face the Shambler in a rematch we all wanted. Let's be honest. We were all hoping that Hupsaiya would be able to take down the Shambler in a rematch, or at the very least make it close, as redemption for the 3-0 that he suffered in the upper bracket. But Hamster gets to him first. Whether the Shambler himself is concerned about that development and thinking about, oh man, what is Hamster going to have cooking for me later on today? That's another thing entirely. I'll let the man speak for himself a little bit later on. Wowee. All right. Well, the bracket continues onward. Hamster, undefeated so far in today's play. You have to imagine that he's going to drop a game eventually in the day, right? Well, he will move on to face the Shambler in the lower final. So as I plug in that bracket, let me remind you that our tournament is sponsored by the Pickup Partner. It's a nice little moving company, moving things from A to B if you happen to live in the northeast of the US of A. Or maybe, I don't know, maybe he'll even do Canada. You'll have to ask him. Biddy B, who's sometimes in the chat over here, is the kind of guy that you'll take a look at and ask for those kinds of services. Highly rated, highly regarded. And that is that. Feast your eyes on the lower bracket. The Shambler faces down Hamster, a rematch, perhaps to end all rematches. Remember that in this last time on the lower final, back in Ascension number 7, Hamster got here, got to this point, and defeated the Shambler 3-1. But things are so different now. Things are... That seems so far away. We surely can't see the same thing happen. Right? Well, that's a question that I will leave to you. Feels bad for my boy Hupsaiya. He practiced pretty hard for this, and Hamster kind of neutralized a lot of that practice by playing a style, with the exception of Game 2, he played a style that just wasn't normal. Even Game 3, the reaction to the Vassal and Barghest moves, it's like, I don't know. I wonder how much of the prep that Hupsaiya did for this matchup felt applicable to Hamster's playstyle. Because the guy apparently just cooked behind the scenes, unbeknownst to anybody. I don't know if he practiced against anybody. I guess there were some wild games that were played yesterday, and it was kind of like a King of the Hill winner stays on between the Shambler, Hupsaiya, and Hamster. They all played Protoss. So maybe there's something there where they practice some really wacky stuff, and then Hupsaiya's like, all right, well, that's not going to factor into this play. And then Hamster's like, yes, this is exactly what I wanted. I don't know the details. I was just told by Shambler that there was some really wacky stuff. Nothing specific, just vague inferences that there were some silly things that were discovered by attempting to play very non-standard for whatever reason. So that is that. But yeah, that concludes our first match. I got to go rest my voice, of course, so let me plug in the lower third notices. And let's also think about this. The Shambler versus Hamster. Yeah, I left enough time for us to go from another about 45 minutes from now. Maybe we'll start a little bit earlier than that if the contestants are ready and they don't want to wait that long, but I'll sync up with them first. And either way, Neblime is sleeping in until the wee end, so I don't think we're going to be able to start the grand final earlier than anticipated. But we might be able to accelerate the next match. We will find that out in some point in the next 45 minutes, obviously. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us for Acropolis #1's final day of play. As mentioned before, Hamster has claimed victory in this series. He will move on to face the Shambler in the lower final, and I will endeavor to tell you exactly when that is when I have an announcement. So stay tuned, or come back to the stream when we're live, whatever. We're on the Discord server. We make the announcement indicating that we are starting up the next set. So if you really want to be on the ball with that, then you know what to do. GG's, and we'll be back. Ladies and gentlemen, you already know we're in for 2 more sets today. Hamster versus Hupsaiya has come and gone, and Shambler now faces down Hamster himself. This is going to be yet another Protoss on Protoss match, but I expect we'll see some more early aggression, perhaps from both of our players. Of course, we can look to Hamster, the victor of the previous match, who was flawless in his group and has just been a staple of competitive Cosmonarchy since his entry back in Ascension number 6 last year. But we can also look to his opponent, none other than the Shambler, the only player who did not tell me his age. Let's get him in here and talk to the guy. Shamble Man, you are here live. You're not exactly Zerg here, but you're Protoss here. How are you feeling in the lower final ahead of your match against the Shambler, or against Hamster, actually? In some ways, you're against yourself, but also against Hamster.
It was very... Hold on, let me get my dog out of my room real quick. I'm sorry.
There you go. Got to get rid of Hamster himself in your room. Hamster spying on the Shambler from the confines of his Texan house. Dead Infested already telling everybody who he's rooting for. Got him a little bit of a warm-up here.
Apologies about that.
No worries, no worries. Welcome back, sir. You have to face Hamster, and Hamster has already faced Hupsaiya. So tell us what you think about your opponent.
I was really shocked by that. You know, I had all my money placed on Hupsaiya, taking that. And then to see Hamster just come out like a new man was real something. It's, I don't know what to go into this. Little feeling too well today, so we'll see how that goes. But
you always got to get sick around playoffs, dude. I've noticed that.
Yeah, it's a startling trend, to be honest. Like I don't think I've ever had a playoffs where I'm not ill.
Well,
it's I guess I'm just the Plague God's champion, you know?
Well, hey, I think you were ill in your match against Hupsaiya, and you still got him with a 3-0, so you reckon it'll be a similar result now that you're facing a different guy starting with H?
Yeah, I think we'll make a show of it at the very least. It always seems to go back to the old guard. We're not dead yet, so we'll see how it goes. I do plan though to break. I do hope to break the trend of Hamster 3-0ing, 3-1ing, and then losing at the end there.
Yeah, listen, you're going to try to at least exhaust him, because one thing that I pointed out was that the games that against Hup, they went 20, 30 minutes apiece. Like, those were long ones. So, you know, you might not be feeling too hot, but your opponent, on the one side you can say he's warmed up, but on the other side you can say he's already maybe a little bit tired out.
Yeah, we'll definitely see. Hamster is a guy who's known to get exhausted if really pushed to it too long. So maybe we just try and play a long game, or maybe this is all bullshit and I'm just gonna go for his throat. Who knows?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. The mind games have already begun. Well, you have seen the pick ban already. Of course, we are going to be starting on Impetus for this particular match. Any thoughts on the how the pick ban went? Do you feel good about the maps that are left in the pool? Anything that you were hoping to get played but didn't get played due to the opponent ban, or what?
I expected him to take out Titan Forge. Honestly, though, I think it favors his style of play, so I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Other than that, I got the maps out that I wanted. I'm not facing Zerg, so Derelict doesn't have to be, you know...
Right.
Eyed at very suspiciously.
Makes sense, yeah. Okay, interesting. Well, sir, we are about to see you take to the stage alongside Hamster and find out which one of our Protoss players is going to have another go at the king. Neblime waiting in the wings. He's sleeping peacefully. He has totally no idea what is taking place right now. You're starting to foment the uprising, though, so I'll leave you to it. Any final words before we get started?
No matter who wins, it's going to be a good time.
There it is. There it is. I like myself some good times. All right, man. I'll let you get to it. Make sure to set your name to the actual name that you're going to be using. And I'll see you soon. GLHF, sir.
GLHF.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. That leaves us with just one question. And that question is, are our players actually ready And if they are, you guys know what's coming next. You guys know we are heading to this lower final where the Shambler is going to take on Hamster. Let's see who's meeting Neblime in the grand final. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are live. Hamster in the bottom left, Shambler in the top right. And I was about to set the latency, but we've already tested that connection. We don't need to have that latency in effect. And yes, as Shambler points out, don't build Clarions. A short update on the status therein. We actually, I did go back and look at that, and I was indeed initially thinking that what happened was like when you debuff the Clarion and it spreads the Demiurge on hit, it obviously spreads across all of the units that are affected by the Phase Link ability that the Clarion has. And something that happened in the previous set, for those who missed it, was Hamster cast Tyranny on a Clarion. I thought the Demiurge was already in there to take control of it, but actually it was the spell of the Mind Tyrant itself that spread to all of the units that were there. And it was a bit fortuitous for Hupsaiya that his Clarion was so far forward, because it meant that not very many units got taken, but still it was like a significant chunk of his army. We've never seen that interaction before, and if I had seen that outside of the tournament, I probably would have been like, oh, that's a little powerful, actually. Maybe even some might say busted. We should probably change that, but there's no going back now, boys. Everything's live, so at that point, just one of those casualties of this game still in its growing phase. You're going to have those growing pains where you get into these situations that people exploit and they're like, wait, this strategy is super powerful. And then actually Hamster didn't even know what happened, so it wasn't even a deliberate, like, I've got this pocket strategy I've saved up. It just sort of happens. So unfortunate for Hup to be on the receiving end of that after he already had lost the first match. So not sure how strong and solid his mental game was going into that third one, but we already know how that resulted in. That's why Hamster is in the bottom left right now instead of your boy Hup. Early Legionnaire off of 2-gate. It's going to be a 2-gate response here from the Shambler. Both players getting good scouting intel on each other. And gas only being harvested by Hamster with only one man there. So there will be at least one Drakon queued up here. And the Shambler has his own strategy prepared to deal with Mass Legionnaire. At least that's what I've been told. Also, worth pointing out that the Shambler was a part of that King of the Hill stack that practiced Protoss yesterday, I believe, where it was Hamster, Shambler, and Hupsaiya all playing some games. And Shambler deliberately tried to play some non-standard stuff. So maybe he's already cooking up some deviations from the norm. Either way, though, after that first series, who knows? Like, we've already had our fill of high-stakes, long-game PvPs. And Shambler using his worker here to make sure that he gets the winning trade here. And he's also microing his Legionnaire pretty nicely so he can keep on the pressure here. But it does expire at the end, and another one's on the way out, so Shambler is going to have to fall on back, but he already has his third gate. So too does our boy Hamster. Let's see what else Shambler wants to cook up in response to this. Starting to harvest gas. He's got 50 in the bank. That is enough for a Hierophant or an Ecclesiast, if that's what he wants to go for. Yeah, and indeed, it will be a Hierophant. I thought that maybe his response to Legionnaires would end up being Hierophants. It feels like maybe when you get 2, 3, 4 of those bad boys, you can afford to take these sorts of bite-sized trades instead of the all-in, attempts, because you kind of ground the Legionnaires so they can't necessarily chase your own units if you're just going to do a fallback. And especially if you're taking the initial fights, suddenly you're in a nice position to do some damage here. Now, Hamster is indeed going to dive onto this scout unit by the Shambler. I don't think it's going to be able to get away, but this might bait him into a fight that he is not favored in. It will be the Spearman on Spearman action. So trading one Legionnaire apiece, not really a huge deal just yet. And an Embassy going to be the turn now that Hamster has his 3 gateways completed. Not so for the Shambler, our blue Protoss, sticking it out right now. Just with the Legionnaires, some Ecclesiasts filtering in, and of course, the Hierophant is slow. That's going to guarantee that this Legionnaire will be dismantled. And Hamster sees that and says, okay, I'm out of here. not going to let you sort of pick apart my ground forces before they can get to a high degree of power. Man, Hamster used Ecclesiasts super nicely in the game on Germination. It's one of the reasons why his golem stayed alive for so damn long. And that was very impactful in the base race that closed out the last series. So Hamster's already proven that he can be very effective with regards to using the Ecclesiasts in the compositions. We'll see if he can keep them alive, because obviously Hierophants and Legionnaires are kind of like a dive-oriented comp. You can see Shambler sharking around using that Hierophant movement speed here. And now Shambler's thinking about what can he do to this composition. I don't know if I like this position here for Hamster. Remember, the bridge is now open for reinforcements, and immediately the Legionnaires dive on to the front line. Now, the Ecclesiasts are keeping Hamster's forces alive quite well, but the focus fire isn't exactly there for our yellow Protoss, so he is going to have to fall on back. And more units streaming on in here for the Shambler. Sure, you've got some Ecclesiasts on the high ground, but where's your damage at? And more importantly, perhaps, where's your front line at? Closer reinforcement point for our yellow Toss, but Hamster still is in trouble. More units streaming on in. Remember, even gateway counts right now, but a fourth gate actually has been assembled by Hamster. Kiting on backwards, but his Ecclesiasts are getting dove upon. The workers surround to box in this one Hierophant. Could be impactful as the rest of Hamster's forces focus down the last of them that was loose. Just a couple of Legionnaires left. That's going to be it. The bouncy house is no longer in session. Shambler will have to mass up the rest of his forces, but he's already at a 3-worker disadvantage, thanks in part to this embassy that has not made any other unit. No support units coming out of it. No witness or anything like that. Instead, it looks like Hamster will be thinking about taking an expansion, while Shambler is still at the build embassy step, as well as, of course, the insurance pylon here to make sure that he doesn't end up going down to some kind of snipe, should the shoe be on the other foot here in a moment. So as this expo goes down, Hamster threatening the macro game, 4 Ecclesiasts at a time, clearly interested in that move towards a sustained front line. What more are we going to see from Shambler? As he puts his own Nexus down, it will start to get heckled by the Legionnaires, but one of them being peeled off nice and early to scout out what Shambler's reaction is going to be. No crowd control for either player. In fact, it's still just Gateway Embassy so far. Well, falling on back, a couple of Ecclesiasts, well, more than a couple, and starting to see some Zealots filter in, so these guys are going to be a lot more durable, and they will dish out more damage than the Legionnaires. It's going to be a 4th gateway as the option of choice here. Shambler looked over his opponent's base, and we have an Envoy started, so Hamster thinking about dropping. Remember that when Shambler attacked up here, he got a full scout and sees that his opponent is going for 4 gates. So he builds one of his own. A couple of Legionnaires have snuck up towards 12 o'clock, but Hamster will end up having them lose their lives thanks to Shambler's catch. But we immediately already see echoes of Germination when there was a Stargate picked up here. It will be a 3 Zealot drop, the max you can fit. You could have stowed a Legionnaire in there. They only cost 1 transport space, by the way. At least I think so. We can check right now. Oh no, they're 2, so never mind. I'm wrong. Most you can do is like a Simulacrum, probably. But he doesn't even have a lattice. Who builds those in PvP? Just ignore the last 3 games that we saw. Scribe's starting to filter on in for the natural base. Actually, for Shambler as well. Maybe the worker count now being exactly identical for our 2 players. The question is, will Hamster be able to get some good damage with his drop? We've got more Legionnaires and Ecclesiasts filtering in. It's pure Legionnaire Ecclesiast right now. And here comes the drop. What's the reaction here? Shambler not looking at his base just yet. He sees the drop, and a couple of workers will end up going down here, stacked up to try to get rid of this. And some of those units are starting to attack the Warden, a little bit unfortunately, but he does save all of his Zealots, and they can and will deal with this, this Warden. So that's going to go down. Looks like he ends up destroying one of the Zealots with it, but he's pulled his entire force back, guys. Hamster has now bought time to make use of his Stargate. Well, Hamster doesn't know it, but the pressure is no longer on. Remember, this was a pretty powerful force. There's no defenses or anything over here. Hamster now thinking about a 3rd base. Yellow Protoss pushing out onto the map a little bit. Is this a mistake? Is taking another base a mistake in this situation? That's the question, right? The ground game narrowly gives it over to the Shambler, so that means that you can defend from it. But as time goes on, with more resources put into the Stargate units, that's where we're going to start to see whether or not there's going to be a difference made. Now, I love this Zealot, drop. He puts them back in just to see what's going on. He scouts that there are indeed some, another base set up, and the army is back at home. This Zealot could actually get some worker kills. It will end up getting 2. The third one is optional here. Well, yeah, trying to stick after it, and it looks like he will end up getting it. So, it's incremental, small bits, but has a 3-worker advantage already. Legionnaire spotting this Nexus at 6 o'clock. Hamster actually had 4 pinched off earlier just to do a quick scouting attempt and see if 12 o'clock was already taken. It was not. So Shambler will now know that he's behind on a base, but he's going to go for that Ancestral Archives nice and early. Just keeping tabs on these side bases right now. Envoy moves over to pick up the 4 Legionnaires, it looks like. A witness inside the base is going to see, oh, wait, double Stargate. Hold on, I've got to change up what I'm doing here. Immediately, we see some Hierophants get queued up. Those can be instrumental in catching out-of-position air units, or maybe forcing them to be out of position thanks to the slow. But versus Exemplars, I'm not so sure that that's going to foment. They're already pretty slow. 4 Legionnaire drop is going to be the name of the game, but there are some Zealots already put out here in a pocket. This will at least scout the tech that's coming in at the natural here for Shambler, so Hamster will have a little bit of nice info there. Our Blue Protoss going to take a stab at canceling this Nexus, but it's as the army is moving out, so Hamster can and will respond. Not a crazy amount of damage being doled out here, and the 1 Exemplar is going to be pretty big. Meanwhile, the Warden getting Doven on back at the natural, maybe bisecting Shambler's attention. That Warden does look like it'll end up surviving. The Envoy does not end up falling, but a big victory, militarily speaking, for Hamster. The Nexus did die. It does not look like it was canceled, so that's a pretty big deal. But the question is, will Shambler be able to hold versus the heavy force, right? Yeah, sure, he's got 4 gates, but he's got 1 very wounded Warden, another one that's warping in, and another one that is full HP, admittedly. The Rogues Gallery is basically acting as front lines, you can think of them as, soaking up some damage. But I love this position for Hamster. If he dives on in from the bottom left, from the perspective of Shambler, you're going to start looking at a pretty tough fight for Shambler to be able to win. Sure, he's making a Patriarch, but if there's nothing to defend with, then that's pretty hard. Shambler, I think, has a misread on the situation and thinks that he can maybe push on forward. We've got more Legionnaires and Zealots making to the front line, courtesy of Hamster, his Ecclesiast, keeping them all alive. No more front line left for Shambler. That means that there's really hardly anything left for that Patriarch, if it even comes out, to be able to defend. And now his wall working against him as he tries to get his ranged units back behind it. Instead, Hamster thinks about maybe diving onto it. Isn't going to happen, and just going to go ahead and reset his Nexus at 6 o'clock. Diving in, picking another Ecclesiast. Not a bad shout. Now he'll start to be doing a little bit of pressure here, using his Exemplars. Oh no, the Patriarch all by its lonesome. Thankfully, no Hierophant and no Legionnaire connections, so it does end up staying alive. Maybe Hamster has been a little bit too far forward. The Charlatan is out to multiply the damage here. Shambler doing a great job of taking advantage of his composition afforded to him by that Rogue Gallery, all at the same time. And now, the shoe's on the other foot. Once again, just passing that shoe around. First, Shambler pushes out and retreats, losing a bunch of units on the retreat. Now Hamster in the same position. So, okay. It looked scary, but no economic damage was dealt, and no crippling victory had on either side when it comes to the military count. But Hamster has reset his 3rd base. What is he building behind this? A Crucible to empower his Stargates, wants that Exemplar count to be much higher. And with good numbers of Exemplars, you can deal with the Gateway armies pretty easily. And it's always in this, it's a peculiar situation to be in, because you have these technical units, as Artosis sometimes calls them, these powerful high-tech units, right, like the Patriarch. And sure, that's a big deal. That gives you a lot of power. But if you don't have the chaff, the front line, the sort of rank-and-file Protoss units out of the Gateway and the Rogue Gallery, in order to defend, and especially if you're leading with your Charlatan, that's an easy pick for the Exemplars. They will immediately deal with that. So a lot of the damage multiplication is gone. That's going to be a Patriarch going down. No, not quite yet. It's living with 3 health. Maybe that could be the difference maker here. Finally gets focused down. Another one has since made it on in. And there's no more front line for Hamster, so he might have to consider falling back from this position. trying to stream in. He's getting up to a 5 Exemplar count. This is a very, very formidable Air Force, and it's not really being engaged with right now. The Patriarch now going to get focused down yet again. Has to fall on back lest it lose its life. Shambler having to retreat, not able to get any economic damage done. Sure, you've got your witness in this base, but are you really seeing too much? It's just more of the same right now, at least from that position. Shambler doesn't know it yet, but not really much else going on. Setting up some walls with those rogue galleries yet again. Going to be producing quite a few vagrants per rotation, going up to a count of 5 as he tries to set up his third base as well at 12. Envoy coming in with a couple of zealot drops. If that goes to the natural yet again, could maybe time out nicely with another attack. You're not going to see really any action over here at the third, but maybe he'll at the very least scout it. Nobody taking a decided advantage compositionally just yet. If we can get some more Patriarchs, perhaps, the air threat will be a little bit less powerful, but they have to actually engage into the Exemplar, and the Exemplar outranges the Patriarch. So the Zealots are going to come in, just a little bit of harassment. At this point, individual worker kills aren't super necessary or significant. Maybe Hamster will consider dropping at the third, but he's getting a little bit of value and confirming, like, okay, how aggressively are you responding to this, right? Kind of gives him a little bit of a transient, ephemeral read on where the army might be, especially if he ends up dropping here and calling that army back. Now, some of it is going to meet in the middle here. It's just a question of when, and there's lots of Zealots mixed in at pretty much all stages of this army. So even though it looks kind of silly like a conga line, what we're seeing right now is potentially the setup for yet another base race. These rogue galleries going to pay off for themselves. Shambler trying to chase his opponent down. Is that an illegal move? Exemplars, let's see, what's their count at? Right now, they're at 7. That's a very steep count. But remember that the splash damage of the Patriarch could turn the fight. And Hamster just doesn't want to pick a fight with this situation. He's thinking about dropping his Zealots yet again. Or at the very least, moving them in. Yeah, I think he's going to go ahead and target. Yeah, he's waypointing off to that side. Now, the bottom right is found by that one Zealot. Hamster being a little bit timid with the way that he wants to pull the trigger. I felt like maybe he could have used that Air Force advantage that he's got, but he wants to wait for even more. Right now, he should have something like 10 Exemplar, if I'm not mistaken by the math. Yeah, and he's got 2 more on the way, adding a 3rd Stargate. This is how Hamster wants to play the matchup. Envoy has all long since left its cargo, the one Warden absorbing a lot of that in the mineral line of the main, so we haven't missed much when it comes to the drop, but at least that Envoy is still alive. Shambler's forces exposed and found as they head on to the bottom right. That Nexus not going to be canceled because it does end up finishing, but is this a step too far? The Uptecton, a significant source of power for Shambler's composition, is off waylaid out of nowhere in the middle of the map. Some of the Exemplars peeling off. Is that too many for Hamster? Has he basically bitten down on the bait? The Nexus is already done, but he could have maybe sandwiched this force and forced the engagement. Instead, he just wants to deal with this Uptecton before the count gets too high. But I think he's left his rest of his forces a little bit under strength here, and Shambler, probing around, maybe thinks the same thing. The Uptecton doesn't even get destroyed. Hamster, torn between multiple worlds, has 8 of them here. Bump up the brain cell count a little bit here to try to fix that lag spike. Looks like maybe it helped us out there. 12 Exemplars. I mean, this force seems very much impossible for Shambler to win, especially engaging with so few right now. Now, his Charlatans, okay, he's already lost one of them. The Patriarch's now going to be focused down next, and the Ecclesiast keeping all those Zealots alive. Hamster is not going to be stopped right now. And sure, you can try to sandwich, but you just don't have enough anti-air to deal with it. Wisely pulling on back. Fallen Ecclesiast speeding up the rest of his brethren as they go back into the third base location. 3 base on 3 base, but Shambler's army is not going to be able to deal with this many Exemplar. Tries to charge forward to see if he can make it happen anyway, but he has no more splash damage. The Vagrants are just toast. Oh, the Uptecton, that was the wounded one as well. It just goes down like a sack of potatoes hitting the floor. Ancestral Archives number 2 being started in the third base. Sure, you're spreading your forces around, but oh man, the rallies. Not the best SimCity here for Shambler, and he is in trouble, militarily speaking. A couple of units moving around. They're going to deal with this one Zealot that's on the map as 3 o'clock desperately being erected by the Shambler. Got another 16-plus minute PvP on our hands. The matchup is delivering so far. Some anti-drop defenses, anti-air defenses as well. Going to go ahead and take care of business over there. This Nexus now pressured. Does Shambler want to try to defend it? Because right now it's only 3 Zealots, but little does he know all of the Exemplars are coming in. Oh, I think maybe Hamster's going to show his hand a little bit too soon, and Shambler's immediately going to say, okay, I'm out of here. I'm going to cancel that immediately. One thing you have to watch out for now is, does Hamster bite the idea of charging into the main and just depowering this production? It's not the most important production, but his exemplars are a significant force for what Shambler is trying to deal with. And he still doesn't really have any answer. We'll keep on going. Zealots popping out of these gateways. I feel like Hamster is in a commanding lead. Zealots popping out of this drop now. The Envoy moving in to deliver a little bit of more additional scouting and maybe peel off this force. But now the Exemplars are going to focus their attention onto the wall back. The Zealots wreaking havoc over here in the mineral line. Not crazy amounts of damage. But these Rogues Galleries are going to get bursted down immediately. It all comes down to how much damage the Exemplars can soak up. And I don't think it's going to be a favorable situation for Shambler. He just lost all of his Charlatans all at once. Now the Zealots pushing forward. More Exemplars streaming on through. I don't think Shambler has what it takes. He does not have the ability to come out from this position. His Uptectons are totally melted. He's trying to get their multi-target to work for him, but it's just not enough. There is a Charlatan here. Does have to be watched out for. Now finally focusing down that Patriarch for the splash, and he will peel on backwards. So a nice late game turnaround there. Shambler having a bit more faith in his forces than I had, but there's way more forces remaining out here from this position. Plenty more units awaiting Shambler's army. He has to be on point here. Evacuated most of his workers, it looks like, or maybe they all just died. But the Remax here is, I think, too much. Especially if these units end up going down. Yeah, the Uptecton's falling. Harkon trying to get to the front line, but there's too many Exemplars, man. Hold on, we'll take a moment to assess, because I think Shambler had a bit of a sync issue earlier. All right, let's go to Discord here. We'll pause out and figure this one out. I don't think Shambler really had a chance, but I'll have him review the position. There were like, I want to say there was something like 20 Exemplar in that fight at the end. Well, I'll just ask him that question then. We'll see what he says. All right, we'll go ahead and rehost. I always type fast, dude. I'm almost like the Shambler. I don't type quite as fast as he does. Yeah, professional typer. It's all right, boys. Go ahead and reset. He's still typing, even now, if you can believe it. I know I can. Looks like Shambler wants to stream his own POV. I'm not really sure why, but we'll let him take his moment. All right, looks like we're ready to go. Let's get back into it. Redo. Try number 2. Definitely looked favorable for Hamster, but you got to remember that as we're getting into things, it will be different spawns as well. Okay, Shambler in the bottom left this time, Hamster in the top right. Remember that endurance is something that will favor whoever is facing whichever of these two makes it through. So if they want to tire themselves out right now by agreeing to a rematch, then that is within the rules of the tourney. All right, we're all done typing. Gateway coming here for Hamster. Same old story for Shambler, although his is a little bit more defensively placed. So, you know, it's tricky to even focus and fixate on these small details. But technically, Hamster's position is a little bit better at waypointing units across the map. And Shambler's position is a little bit better at receiving units across the map. So does that even out? Is that even going to factor in? We'll have to wait and see. We'll also have to wait and see if it's going to be Legionnaire spam again, because that was how the first match opened, and that's kind of how I expected this one to go, whereas Hupsaiya had deliberately planned a composition around defeating the Legionnaire. Hamster seems to be fine playing against it or using it, and the Shambler seems to embrace it as well, so they're kind of going the handshake route. It will be Legionnaire first. As well, the same for Shambler. No gas being harvested just yet. We're going to wait and see what the timing is of that. And while we wait to get into this bad boy, let me just remind you that our sponsor is indeed the pickup partner, moving things from A to B. Shout out to them for padding the prize pool. We have $400 up for grabs here, 200 of which will be awarded to the first place winner. Decent amount of cash. Depending on where you are in the world, that might be a day's wage. Just imagine, you could pretend to be a professional player if we had that every single day. Slumming it. Working in the salt mines, so to speak. Couple Legionnaires at the ramp. Third gate, fast for the Shambler. And fast for Hamster. Dead even right now. A little bit of Vespian advantage for Hamster right now. He's probably going to go for that Ecclesiast first. Looks like maybe Hamster skipped a worker at some point, so it will be interesting to see if that turns into anything. All right. Legion v. Legion. Shambler definitely the one who has the full breadth right now, but Shambler's units you're following a little bit of a one-track mind. Could have been lured out. That could have been impactful, actually, had the rest of Hamster's army been in the right position. Embassy. Man, Hamster got a lot of value with the drops, but I have to wonder if maybe there was not a more efficient way of getting his value out there. Because, you know, if one of those drops is like 2 exemplars in this position, I feel like suddenly it's really hard to deal with that. So Hamster could have abused his air advantage a little bit more, I think, but didn't end up happening. Despite that, though, he will have the macro advantage thanks to the faster embassy. And Shambler will have a slight army advantage thanks to his Hierophants, so that's where he spent his gas. Remember that the Ecclesiasts are coming out here for our little rodent, so he's not really in too much danger. But he will probably end up losing both of these Legionnaires. Yeah, almost immediately. There we go. And that will signify Shambler's move out. It would be quite Shambler-esque to force a redraw and then immediately just try to rush him down. But we saw this exact tactic play out in the first attempt, and Hamster was able to hold strong. Now, he did have more Ecclesiasts back then, but he should have at least 3 before Shambler can get across the map. And in fact, Shambler is going to return home, and his aggressive posture is going to allow him to get his expansion up faster. Remember, there is still no embassy for our Shambler man. Hamster, on the other hand, does have that up and running. He's not really using it to create workers too much, though. Instead, looks like he's thinking about, you know, when is that attack coming? He's really focused on trying to defend the line, so to speak. Has no witness. Now he's going to poke himself out, and he sees only 1 Legionnaire. Well, that's probably an indication that you're not going to attack me anytime soon. I'll put my Nexus down. Sure, I'll be a little bit delayed behind you. Not that, of course, Hamster knows that just yet, but very interesting. He's gone for a lattice as well, so I wonder if that's just going to be for, like, maybe I build a vassal to scout you with the air unit, and then I keep my embassy on full uptime for workers. Could be a thing. But as of right now, his worker advantage that could be is not. Hamster could have, I think, maybe 4 or 5 worker advantage from this position if he had kept his embassy running that whole time. And even now, he's not doing that. So second lattice, it will be some vassals. I think he's in a pretty safe position here. There isn't really a decided weapon range advantage from this spot. You got to remember that. And a very nice proactive move from Hamster to see whether his opponent is moving across the map. We see that it is indeed the case. So Hamster will be somewhat availed of some knowledge, trying to get his natural set up. Can Shambler go for the kill, or will this be more than enough? I like the split for Hamster. Ooh, but you got to be so careful about managing the army. Are you going to let Shambler sort of tie his own noose here? Remember, the front line will stay alive a lot longer here for Hamster as long as his Ecclesiasts stay alive, and now they're starting to get dove upon. They have not been microed backwards, so this could be really impactful here because I don't really see the front line staying alive anymore. In fact, I don't really see much of a front line at all. Hamster is going to have to fall on back. Now, he does have some vassals. There is a decent amount of anti-air here. This looks a lot more deadly than the previous attempt. Depowering the production, that might just be the end of it. Immediately puts down in a pylon, but is it not going to be enough? No, it's going to be it. The 1G there. Shambler finding the early victory. And Hamster, you know, he did pretty well in the macro game. We got to be a little bit upset about something like that. Come on, man. Shambler, he's not the people's champion, let's just say that. GG, no re. We'll see what Hamster wants to select for map number 2. That was just a game. But it was a game that the Shambler won. Will be Axiom selected for map number 2. I do feel like maybe Hamster's macro slipped a little bit with the embassy stuff. But it also feels like the last fight, when I'm thinking about when Shambler made it all the way into his base and still got stymied, that stuffing that Hamster did where he stopped the army, held them at an arm's length, I think a lot of that was due to better positioning and also had zealots in the picture. So that's a thing. That's a thing to point out for sure. Waiting on Shambler's ready. And we will indeed get into it. Ladies and gentlemen, Shambler up 1-0 in the set. Let's see if our players, our competitors, can shake off impetus as we go to Axiom. From space map to space map, it's the Shambler in the bottom left against Hamster in the top right. Shout out to Newt in the chat who says, make Zealots win game. Feels like it, especially if your opponent doesn't have any. You need something a little bit meatier so that the Legionnaires can't just overwhelm the forces there. So, something worth pointing out for sure. Defensive pylon for the Shambler. Maybe that's something that Hamster could have used as well. But I feel like by the time he lost his pylon, he had already decidedly lost that advantage a little bit. Shambler has 0 APM. What is he doing? Okay, now he's doing stuff. I was a little bit worried there for a moment. It's going to be a little bit of a faster gateway for Hamster, but otherwise, stock standard. Nothing to write home about just yet on this particular 1v1. We're only a minute in. So far, I will say we have had excellent PvP matches, but that last one, maybe a little bit more of one to forget as we get deeper into the lower final. Best of 5. First one to the royal number of 3 will move on to face Neblime later today, who I assume is peacefully sleeping. I'm sure he'll show his face in the chat someday. We'll all patiently wait the return of the king. But for now, we need to see the return of the rodent Hamster. First time he's been handed a loss today. Shall it be the last? I think he goes undefeated from this point forward. He's got a Legion Arrow. Third gate. Keeping tempo with his opponent. Will he go for the fast embassy? That has been just his style, I've noticed, in general. Even versus Zerg, he likes to go double embassy sometimes and really pump out the workers. And you know, I'm still waiting for people to find out about the Artisan. I know my boy Smarty Cakes, who was in the chat earlier, he's found out about the Artisan. If you guys saw his FFA cast. Double embassy Artisan production could be pretty slick if you have the gas income, but I digress. Not what these players are thinking right now. Or maybe they are. I'm not in their heads. Is Shambler in Hamster's head? A little bit of tempo advantage taken by Hamster. Still no deviation from the norm. Shambler equipping his composition with the Hierophant. Be able to tag and slow down some of these units. And once again, Hamster tries to lure away some of those Legionnaires. The Siren Song. Who knew that rodents could be so alluring? Sometimes I see a rabbit, and I just want to chase it. And that's exactly what these Legionnaires are trying to pose as for their heretic brethren. Early Ecclesiast for Shambler, so he might have been expecting an aggressive move from Hamster, but not going to happen. A couple extra units sort of rallied out over here. I wonder if that's a mistake. Embassy coming for Hamster. I have to wonder if that's also a mistake. It's a heavy amount of resources expended on non-combatants, and he has no static defense to help him with the fight. This is a situation where you can put down a Warden around here and have it get some cliff advantage, but it's not something that it looks like Hamster is paying too much attention to. And yet, also, maybe not necessarily the best placement for it. I was thinking maybe you could still fit it in there, but you can't actually. There's not nearly as much of an overhang on some of these new maps. If we see Derelict again later on, might be an option. Well, the embassy will finish, and Shambler is considering when he wants to go for his move. Already a defensive warden, so he's not without his non-combat spending. Fourth gate now for Hamster. I still don't see any zealots in production or on the field, so Hamster is going to avoid the more durable front line until maybe he has a couple additional Ecclesiasts. His own Legionnaires falling at the gates of Shambler. So our dark green Protoss is soon to feel the wrath of Shambleman marching across the map. Legionnaire, Hierophant, Ecclesiast, the composition of choice. This fourth gateway, I don't know. I'm feeling flashbacks, guys. I almost feel like maybe this is going to end the same sort of way. There's a lot of forces here. A Hamster, on the other hand, does not have nearly as many. His fourth gate now finished. Maybe he can kind of choke him out here in the position of the ramp. Keep his Ecclesiast on the high ground, get them cliff advantage going. But he's getting a little curious. Everything on a knife's edge. Thinking about taking that Nexus. Has that necessary 400 mineral count. And some units coming out here, so it's not like he's been slacking on the unit production. But the Shambler has way more military units, and now getting a good engagement. Some Zealots are here. The front line, much better engagement here for Hamster, it looks like, as his Ecclesiasts are keeping all those Legionnaires powered up together. Not very many Legionnaires left for Hamster, however, so even though he's winning this fight and he will stay alive in the game, how far forward can he push it? Looks like not that far. Doesn't want to risk it anyway. Gets his Nexus up, and having way less military units than Shambler, our Rodent still manages to stand tall. Or relatively. I don't know how tall Hamsters can get. Very important moment. The fact that Hamster is still in this game. Couple of Ecclesiasts building, 4 at a time. Did make a couple of Zealots there, must be known. Maybe that was the difference, or maybe it was just the engagement working out for him. Shambler probably not expecting all of his units to be off to the left. And only a couple of units coming out here on the side. Right, it was like 3 Legionnaires and an Ecclesiast, but it still made all the difference. Spreading the damage and the debuffs of the Hierophants and the Ecclesiasts on Shambler's side. So it's going to be a Stargate from the Shambler. Are these nameplates flipped? Thinking about maybe exemplars of his own? I did publish a 3-game set between Hamster and Hupsaiya earlier today as a sort of like taster of that particular matchup, and it was a 3-0 in favor of Hup, where he went fast Stargate into Gladius, and he did so to abuse the fact that Hamster rather often had very unprotected mineral lines. Now, this is not the case with the double warden in the main, but it is for the natural. So I'm just going to point out that Gladiuses, as one of them is in production, absolutely something that is viable in this situation. Whereas Hamster has been more of an exemplar fella so far in the games played today. His second embassy coming. Maybe if he loses a bunch of workers, he can just replace them. But he doesn't have any Hierophants to catch the air units. He doesn't have a witness out on his opponent's side of the map, which is quite surprising considering how long his embassy has been up. In fact, Shambler doesn't even have an embassy. So despite the fact that this game is conceivably even, the Shambler is banking on the fact that he can kill workers to reset the worker count of Hamster. And look at that. We've got an artisan and a witness coming now. So okay, hold that thought. We'll come back to that in a moment. Force discovered on Shambler's side of the map, so Hamster can breathe a little bit easy, knowing that there's like probably 20-30 seconds before a big engagement comes, if it's going to come immediately anyway. The one Gladius is idling by the Stargate. The Legionnaire stalking its prey. Its prey in this case being the entirety of this force. Instead, he's just going to get destroyed by those Zealots, just to show you how strong Zealots can be in terms of their, weapon damage. Now we have an artisan. It's going to be tasked to the bottom right over here to start harvesting from that reservoir. A couple more artisans being made. The one witness going to potentially be impactful here, but it's instead not really paying attention to the middle of the map. So it's going to miss the Gladiuses. It's going to miss the army movement. There's a lot of Ecclesiasts, a decent amount of Zealots, and a third base being started. So there will be some advance warning when this attack starts to kick in. More Zealots coming. A 5th and 6th gate finishing up. 7th gate, actually. Now, the Nexus will be canceled. Recoup the losses. Crucible starting here to empower additional military units for being made. Now, here comes the dive. Remember, the Gladiuses are here, but only one of them currently in the fight, and kind of playing at the extremities so far. Can the Ecclesiasts sustain through all of the blasts? I don't think the answer to that question is yes. Now, Hamster's going to pull on back. He's making 7 Drakidins now at a time. He's got some artisans to maybe help him out here. The Zealot's going to go ahead and try to sustain through with the help of the Ecclesiasts, see if they can stay alive long enough for those units to pop out. Drakidins are about 10 seconds away, but do they have the DPS to deal with what's coming next? No Zealots left except for this last one. No front line left either. Yeah, that's going to be GG. Coming down to the front line, Shambler threatening match and series point. Looking good while doing it, using that Gladius. Germination now in the queue. We will be going to that for map number 3. And again, that's 2 games in a row now where Hamster has had an idea. He's had the concept to put stuff together. Double embassy in this game, single embassy in the last. But he gets hit before his strategy can ferment. And part of that was due to the fact that he had that embassy for a very long time, but did not make a witness, did not see the Gladius is coming, and as a result had no reliable anti-air options. The Dracodon's count was 0. The Hierophant count was 0. There was no way for him to catch and overwhelm those Gladiuses with Ecclesiasts, using the Hierophant passive to slow it down. There's also no way for him to simply snipe them with the Dracodons. So, Hamster fighting for his honor. Hamster fighting to see if he can stick it out. Shambler fighting to get to the restroom. And Shambler just kind of looking the way that he does. Maybe he's the... Maybe that's his face when he uses the bathroom. What do you guys think? I see Biddy B in the chat there. Shout out to my boy, my man. The original artisan toss, indeed. Man, could we see consecutive 3-0s? I still feel like that first game was Hamsters to win, but rules are rules. You got to reset if it's unclear. There was like a 20% chance max that Shambler could make a comeback from that point, but either way, Hamster has to reset. And that second game was fair and square, you know? So, well, really, both of them were fair and square. You guys know what I mean. Maybe hard to reset when you feel like you were in a winning position and then have to redo due to a tech issue. But Shambler's no stranger to these sorts of mirror matchups. The real question is, will he be able to redeem himself if he does go forward and face Neblime? If Hamster wins from this point onward, it has to be through a reverse sweep, and it probably has to be through some of the most epic PvP matches that we've seen. That's my take. Shambler's play is very tight. It doesn't leave a lot of room for abuse. In fact, he's pretty proactive with considering what his opponent is doing. One thing you can say about his play is that maybe his detection with witnesses is a little bit lacking. That second game, he didn't even make an embassy, or maybe not until way later anyway. And now that Shambler is back, we can start to think about this third and potentially final map in the series. Germination. Hamster's won this one already. Axiom and Impetus were new maps to his play at the very least. Let's see where we go. GLHF. Hamster is ready to go. And so too is the Shambler. We've got the Shambler in the top left and Hamster in the bottom right. It's our white Protoss versus our orange Protoss. Let's see who makes it through. I'm excited, guys. I'm excited, dude. This is the finals. This is the last time we will meet together with the intent to crown a champion for Acropolis #1. And yes, there will be an Acropolis #2, probably in June, maybe early July. And yes, we'll probably modify the format so that it concludes faster than this one did, but it's still so cool to see some of these matches, man. Even the wacky match with the Clarion passive interacting with the Tyranny cast spell, and that being so strange and probably not something we would keep in the game. Even that was memorable. You'll never forget that sort of situation. And apparently, Hamster will never forget Lattice First. Okay, this is a true test of the strategy's merit. Can it handle the Shambler's play, where he just goes for Mass Gate into Mass Legionnaire and tries to deal with the Lattice? Is it going to be the Mass Air strat, or is Hamster going to adopt what Hupsaiya was doing in game number 2, I believe, where it was Lattice into Gateway? That's another option, right? I, too, want to see the Mind Tyrant. Shambler hasn't even typed at all. I mean, he has, but not in the games. Double lattice opener here. Shambler's starting to think about, oh, wait, can I just throw down extra gates and mass legion? It's certainly a possibility. But if it's going to be vassals, which, you know, Hamster's thinking about it. Yep, it is. 75 minerals a pop, the flying unit that you can get the fastest. The vassal is unremarkable in terms of its damage, but swarming a lot of them, basically a robotic drone fleet, it can absolutely dish out some nice worker harassment and eventually even overwhelm actual positions. Fast Warden here is the response so that these gateways can power up the Legionnaires, which also cost 75 minerals and can't shoot up, obviously, but, you know, ground units moving forward to make the air units fly on back and lose out on their momentum and pressure and map presence. That's a tale as old as StarCraft. TVZ, anybody? The Vassal Flock strengthens. It'll never be at 3 again. Third lattice, though. That's 3. 3 at a time. Is Hamster just going to make this work with non-stop air units? He got pretty close on Sideshow before having to transition into the Demiurge, so not a terrible position, but again, Shambler is pocketing his Legionnaires. So is this style going to be able to defend with, say, worker pulls? Softening up one of those Legionnaires is a good job, good idea. In fact, it looks like Hamster is not content with flying into his enemy's base. Instead, he's going to try to fly in and safeguard himself from the impending Legion storm. Now we have a couple more vassals finishing. Looking to make a beeline for the workers. In high numbers, the Legionnaires can absolutely dish out a ridiculous amount of damage to the workers. Already ahead by 2 workers. We might make that distance something like 4 or 5. He's killed 4 workers already, and it looks like he was already up ahead by a little bit. But now it looks like the Legionnaires are no longer going to reign supreme. The Vassal's trying to find them. They could sneak in for an extra kill. We got 2 more coming in as well. Hamster's not out of the woods yet, and remember, there is some defenses over there. So has his flying gambit been a little bit too aggressive? The scribes defend themselves, but it looks like 2 more workers will end up falling. The advantage of 5 in total for the Shambler. Oh no. They're biting. They're nibbling. More of them coming on in. Will another worker fall? He's trying to focus it down, and he does end up getting one. Needs to get the rest of them back in action here. Down by 7 workers in total. Hamster, the economy not looking too hot. Has a little bit of gas mined, but not enough for an embassy just yet. And just more of these Legionnaires threatening, making it so that the vassals simply can't leave and apply pressure. Sure, you've managed to pin 2 more in there, but 3 gates, 3 wardens, and now we're going to see some Dracodons here. Shambler content with being ahead from this position. Unless Hamster can fight his way, claw and teeth, I don't know how he's going to be able to make this position happen, man. He's from such a disadvantage. No rogue gallery, keeping some of his vassal fleet at home for defense. Okay, I don't hate the Matrix. We could see a rogue gallery wall set up here, actually, in a moment. Instead, it's going to be a second Matrix. That's a lot of Vespene that could be spent on an embassy eventually to try to get you back into the game worker production-wise. He doesn't know it, but his opponent doesn't actually have an embassy, nor does he have an expansion coming. So only 6 vassals are going to come in here. Shambler requesting more brain cells. I'm sure they will be doled out in a moment. His Legionnaire counterattack is going to get caught, and a couple of vassals are going to see here that there are a couple of wardens. So, Hamster putting the pieces together. A game of imperfect knowledge, but his knowledge is getting a little bit closer to reality. Faster Nexus is something. If he can get a faster embassy as well, and indeed he will, he just needs to be able to defend, and that's what these matrices are for. Makes a lot of sense. Pretending to be aggressive with the vassals. And Shambler with a slower Nexus and no embassy kind of has to fly blind here. Building a much more expensive army that can't do anything to breach this position. At least that's the conventional wisdom of the matter. He's going to scout and reveal that indeed the matrices are up. And look at that. Not really going to be able to get too much of anything. He might have clicked on that embassy to see what it was. But I don't even know if he saw that the Nexus was up. Legionnaire's vision range not the best, although it is a little bit better on this patch compared to what's coming next. Maybe he's seen the Nexus. But if so, I would imagine that Shambler will know that he needs to maybe think about attacking. He's sent off all of his front line, not for much gain. Certainly not for much knowledge. A gateway coming now. In fact, a second. So, Hamster going to transition into the ground game. Wonder what it could be. I guess you could go Vassal Drakodin and just count on your opponent not making enough splash damage. 2 Vassals going to peel off and take a look at what's going on here. They'll confirm the natural, most likely. Warden behind the minerals. Good spot for it. Starting to harvest some Vespene. Shambler indicating his preference for some tech. 1 Vassal goes down. The other one speeds away thanks to its fallen comrade. And now the ground army is indeed going to move out. Still producing some units out of the lattices, but it's golems. He's got a 3rd matrix. So if his vassals can intercept the enemy units before the matrices take too much damage, both the matrix and the vassal can basically stay alive for a lot longer than you would otherwise think. But he's not proactive about it just yet. Okay, first casualty is of course going to be the vassals, but the zealot all immediately goes down. And Shambler unintentionally drawing in some extra fire. 15 vassals here, not that much. This composition perhaps a little bit anemic from Hamster. Had some ideas, but, oh, you know, his matrices are still doing some damage. The 1 vassal returning just to see, hey, did your units leave? No, they did not leave. 4 gate production here for Mr. Shambler. Trying to keep it going. And just pure sustain, that's the composition here. Vassals are the damage dealers. He's got Ecclesiasts and Golems, and that's what he's sticking to for now. Well, if you bring a Barghest, I might be a bit more inclined. Just making sure that all of the Shambler's units are on hold position. A bit of an honesty check. Embassy coming at the natural now. Worker count still in favor of Shambler despite the faster Embassy and the faster natural. So his economy will be doing better, and I kind of feel like his military is also a little bit better here. You can't really take this engagement away from the matrices. That's the main problem, right? He's going to get ahead and just pick off one of your golems. This must be very, very difficult for Hamster to fight his way out of. Just mentally speaking, you're thinking about it, you're down 2-0, or 0-2 as it were. Your opponent has the much better composition for actually dealing damage. You can't fight away from your matrices that you've built, specifically so that you could maybe scale up, and now you're adding another one. Sure, if he eventually starts to attack you, that's a problem for him. But as long as he's not attacking you, it's a problem for you, and Hamster is trying to figure that one out. He's got a lot of minerals. He's going to go for the Ancestral. Okay, he'll have the tech rush now, and maybe Shambler is going to get a little bit too big for his britches, charging on for trying to deal with the Ecclesiast, but the Matrix is keeping them alive for so long. The Golem's also peeling massively here, with all the Drakodins not really being able to make it happen. And the Vassals, as they go down, they just speed up everything else. But is Hamster fighting too far forward? Remember, his power comes from his Matrixes, or at least that's what you would think. But right now, his Ecclesiast stack is high enough that he is staying alive. Just barely, by the skin of his teeth. His Ancestral not even halfway done right now. 14 vassals remain, 9 ecclesiasts, 3 golems, and some of them are starting to fall. But is it going to be enough? The Drakodins need to be the focus fire here. Ecclesiast vassal, I don't think that's going to be enough. He falls back to the matrixes, but is it going to be sufficient? Shambler charging forward with zealots and finding some tactical lag in the moment as well. But the matrixes are staying alive. They cannot be felled. The ecclesiasts keeping them alive. This shield sustain working wonders for our rodent. Our orange Protoss will not be denied. Not so fast. His Ancestral nearly complete. How long can you hold out for? Back against the wall, trying something unconventional. Hemorrhaging another golem. That's a pretty big loss. Ancestral now starting to foment for Shambler. He wants to crack this defense. Little does he know there's an Optecton coming faster than he has it. Oh, Hamster charging forward. Gotta watch out, trying to lure him on in. Does end up losing another Ecclesiast. 2 Ecclesiasts going down. The Matrix is finally starting to take some hull damage. Remember that there's no melee units there for it to benefit from. But Is it going to be enough? The Golem's now coming on out, but remember the Dracoden count is still looking very nice. Has Hamster engaged too fast yet again? He's melee range with his Ecclesiast to try to benefit from as much shield regeneration as he can, but his damage is too far split, and it doesn't look like he's going to be able to deal with these Dracodens. His Uptecton is still going to finish, but this has been a dominant victory, militarily speaking. Shambler ahead by military, if only slightly. Can he breach the matrices? There's Golems, there's Ecclesiast, there's the Uptecton about to rally out from that Ancestral Archives, and it is really the most clutch timing of them all. The front line threatened. This one Ecclesiast not in the fight, but the Uptecton cracks the shots off, and that might be more than enough for Shambler to think about turning back around. Does he even realize that it's hitting him? Losing multiple Dracodens almost at once. That fourth matrix, paying for itself. All right, the third base up for both players. Somehow, Hamster snuck his out there. Sure, Shamblers will be done sooner. Uptecton coming. Is that number 2 or number 1? Feels like there was already one of them made at some point for Mr. Shambler, but apparently not. Only just now finished his Ancestral. Hamster, I don't know how he's still in the game. Hamster throwing us all for a loop. All right, C-17, Dracodens. I mean, this Uptecton is marooned in the middle of nowhere. Oops. Yeah, okay, maybe we are actually desynced. What the heck? I didn't see anything. I don't think Shambler did either. Let's see if Hamster actually sends his workers to mine. That'll tell us if we're actually in the same game. It doesn't look like he is, though. Yeah, he's still, his camera's over here. That was such a silly game. And unfortunately, it does look like we have to redo. That's so sad. Man, I can't believe his hold was that, like, lived for that long. That's crazy, dude. The clutch up Tecton for sure was really big. And then it went across the map. I don't know, dude. That was wild. Saved. But, well, listen, now it's fair as fair, dude. They both got one. He sent his golems to mine. That's big brain, Newt. That's big brain. I mean, they're pretty big. They could probably be a worker unit in another game. All right, we'll wait on for Shambler to get in the lobby. I'm not really supposed to show the lobby chat because sometimes people type inappropriate things that could get us destroyed. All right, I think we are ready to get back into it. Just got to wait for Shambler to give us the signal. All right, let's get into it. Germination, the site of our third map, which is really our fifth map, but don't think about it too hard. We're getting into it. And Hamster will be in the top left this time, Shambler in the bottom right. And now Shambler is orange, and Hamster is white. This is really the primary, the prima facta way. This is the canon event. Very sad. Give him an emote. Cheer him up. You too can type dude sex if you join our Discord server. Doesn't sound like a good idea. Defensive pylon for Shambler. Of course, forward one for Hamster. Their playstyles known to us by now. Shambler's thinking about charging for... Oh, no, he's typing. I was going to say, he's charging forward with his scout nice and early. Will be a gateway behind it for both players. Hamster does always seem to have a slightly faster gateway timing, but he also seems to be behind in workers at some point, right? Like, they should be even at workers, but he gets his gateway up at the cost of a worker. I wonder what the cumulative effect of that is, right? It doesn't seem like it would be efficient to get your gateway like 3 seconds faster, but have a worker missing for the 3 seconds, you know what I mean? So maybe something for Hamster to consider if he decides to watch back the VOD later on, or somebody brings it up to him. Second gate now for our rodent. Still in it. I don't think you can say that, BDB. I know you're our sponsor, but you can't just go around saying stuff like that. I like this SimCity for Shambler. I feel like this position will be really easy for him to kind of fight around. The gateway is sort of like a pseudo wall. And there we go. We got some Shambler typing. Please no. I agree. Shambler. At least he seems to be in good spirits. Despite being sick. He's sick in the head, building Legionnaires. In fact, I think I saw somebody in chat earlier say that 3-gate Legionnaires for girls. Well, maybe we have the first ever all-female lower final, dude. Might be the case because they're going 3-gate Legion. For now. Hamster trying to avoid the 3-0. Battle back into the game and see if he can give himself a chance. Well, our white Protoss is going to be able to move across the map here and, at the very least, confirm the positioning of his opponent's units. That does give you a little bit of an advantage, but you always have to watch out for the Hierophant switch, and Shambler's not doing that right now. So the Orange Army is going to be a bit more safe in that respect. The Ecclesiast revealing what we all know is a lot of Legionnaires being added. Now, has Hamster cooked up some sort of strategy that he wants to do a little bit differently? It looks like no, he's going to go the embassy again, but he is pulling back all of his forces much faster this time around. Normally we see a bit of a jockey for positioning, and this time it looked like Hamster just wanted to keep like one Legion on that side, and indeed he is sending one back. He's just showing his face around these parts. But it's not the whole face. It's like if you took your face off and threw it at your opponent. Then they know you're staring at them. But they don't realize that the rest of your body isn't there. That's kind of the analogy going on right now. It looks like maybe Shambler is not too zealot-pilled at this point. Legionnaire's just going to leave as he's found out. You're not one of us. Your colors are different. You do not wear the holy banner of the orange toss. And then that Legionnaire's like, well, last game I did. That's got to count for something. Actually, I don't even think Hamster made any Legionnaires last game. Quite shocking. Well, it's another meaty push, but 2 Wardens this time instead of Matrix. So they don't cost Vespene, and they don't give you that shield boost. They're more for DPS. But if you hit before they actually finish, then that could be a little bit ugly. Shambler going to see if he can make this happen nice and quick, but I think these Ecclesiasts are doing a great job so far on both sides, keeping that front line staying alive. And right now, it looks like it might be favoring Hamster, but Shambler also lost his nerve. They both decided to fall on back, and now the Wardens are up. So it does feel like maybe this will be enough. Now, I'm not so sure. I think that one retreat move might have been enough for Hamster to end up getting overwhelmed from this position. The Warden is done, but now the rest of the range units can finish on that. More Legionnaires are coming. A desperation scribe pull in the last game could end so swiftly as Shambler trying to overwhelm his opponent, using those Ecclesiasts to good use. He had slightly more Ecclesiasts. The worker pull staying on top of his enemy. Definitely pretty effective overall, but you are losing workers. And I think that's it. Hamster, no longer in contention. Sorry, lad. The Legionnaire reigns supreme. Man, only Hupsaiya could have saved this. Only Hupsaiya could have saved us from Legionnaire spam. But Hamster defeated him, and then defeated himself. Hamster said that if he wins, asked me if he wins, will I rework manifolds? And I said yes, partially because I intend to anyway. But unfortunately, Hamster is eliminated in 3rd place. And that means that the Shambler moves forward. Shocking results all around. But if you go by seeding, this was actually the expected result. I didn't really talk too much about that because I didn't expect the seeding to be correct. But here we are with Hamster 3-0ing Hupsaiya and the Shambler 3-0ing our boy Hamster. Quite surprising. But plenty of typing was had. Even at the end. Classic typing. Gotta have that. So as we focus in on the lower bracket, you can see here the results on your screen. They don't tell the full story. Some of these games were absolutely crazy. The way that Hamster ended up losing some of the gateway fights wasn't ideal for his sake, of course. But Shambler will take those if he can. And Neblime will awaken to face none other than the Shambler in the grand final. His first grand final, and I want to say 3 to 4 tournaments. I can't remember how many tournaments it's been. It's been a while since we've seen the Shambler in the grand finals. So I'm sure he's going to be happy to make yet another one. Sure, I'll show the upper bracket too. Why not? Let's get it on. Neblime versus the Shambler is our final match of the tournament. Not as hype as our first set, but we do see who is more on form, more keen on the early aggression. And perhaps in favor of the Shambler is that if Neblime was actually awake and silently observing this, which I don't think he was, he'll have only really seen the Shambler's early game. He won't really have seen much else going on there. Is Neblime even awake? I don't see him online. Well, his match isn't scheduled for another 45 minutes or so. That's another 3-0 that went for over an hour. All right, boys. The next one will not be a 3-0. Even if it's a flawless victory, it will be a 4-0 because it has to be a best of 7. So minimum 4 games are left over in Acropolis number 1. Let's see if the Shambler can do better than his 0-3 result from the upper final. Now that he's clawed his way back, Neblime will eagerly await him for sure. And as I get the lower third ready, I would like to remind you that we have $400 up for grabs in this tournament, and 200 of it will be handed off to the winner. Neblime donated almost that much to the prize pool, so just to make a tiny bit of a profit on his investment here, he's going to have to win the whole thing. Otherwise, he's basically PayPaling Shambler. All right. Well, boys, we shall return for the most hype of all matches, the one that isn't a mirror match, a Zerg versus Protoss. It will be Neblime versus the Shambler, a rematch of our upper final, proving perhaps that the Shambler is actually a top Cosmonarchy player. So, see you soon. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We are gearing up for the grand finals of Acropolis #1. It's always a momentous occasion, always a splendid day. And as you can see so far, every name on the left, the favorite for every match by seeding, has prevailed. Will this be the streak breaker, or is the Shambler going to duel Neblime and come out victorious? It's a best of 7 that awaits us. First, we go to Sideshow. Neblime, though, is hanging out, waiting for his time to be interviewed. But I think we can first talk about the man who won the last match. We're going to go ahead and listen to the Shambler yet again. Hello, sir. Welcome. You are staring down the barrel of a best of 7. How do you feel after your lower final victory?
I feel kind of sad that it had to be Hamster.
You did mention at the end there, there was a bit of a typing, and you said, I wish it was Hup.
I did. I was just talking to Neblime about how I needed to tilt him, but apparently Hamster just had the tilt in the bag, that mind control.
The mind control.
I was watching a stream. It was just like a broken man.
Wow, shade being thrown, and he's not even your opponent. Okay. Well, you've made it to your first grand final in quite a few strings of tournaments here, so you must be feeling good about at least being in the shot, right, in contention for the championship. You also broke Hamster's would have been 3 streak of making it to grand finals. So you feeling good about that accomplishment ahead of your match against Neblime?
Good sign. It's a good sign. Didn't get as much Zerg practice as I wanted, but I didn't get as much Protoss practice as I want either. So maybe it's a sign of things.
Maybe you don't need the practice, right? Maybe you're like a Hamster in that he just tries a strategy for the first time and it wins. So that's what happened in his set against Hup earlier. So, hey, so far, if we're going to be going from trends, the guy who didn't play a series yet won. But Neblime also just woke up. There's a lot of ephemerals. There's a lot of intangibles. He's also probably had a bit more versus Protoss practice than maybe what you've been able to garner as versus Zerg, as you just mentioned. So how would you estimate your odds going into this? Do you think that you're able to come out swinging and you'll be able to post some dubs on the board?
Every time you walk into a match, you have to think that you're going to be the king of the world. There's no point, sort of poo-pooing yourself.
Okay.
Gotcha. So I think I'm going to win. And then until I don't. That's it.
Makes sense, okay. So what I'm getting from this position here is that what we should be expecting out of this match is a tighter showing than the first time. Because obviously in the upper final, the first match was looking pretty good, mouse pausing shenanigans aside. And then after that, it kind of went more of Neblime's way, maybe kind of, powered by Hydralisks in many respects. Have you thought about your countermeasure here? Without, of course, revealing what it might be.
Oh yeah, I had a whole bunch of tests.
Aha.
Again, it wasn't real practice because I didn't really crack the code and then stuck to one thing. It was just like, oh, I'm getting checked at every corner here. I'm sort of running out of options. But I've been thinking.
Okay.
I've been watching some of Neblime's games that have been fed to me by individuals who partook in them.
Okay.
Upon request. And I think that there's at least something to put me on the board here. There's at least something. I don't expect a 4-0. I am in higher spirits.
Gotcha. All right, yeah, all right. Well, Neblime is eagerly awaiting his opportunity to say a few words. So what are your final thoughts going into Sideshow, and how do you feel about the map veto? Because obviously, with the upper bracket advantage, Neblime was able to ban a single map and pick a starter. I kind of thought maybe he'd ban Titanforge since it's your map, but it's actually still in the pool. He bans the Purgatory. What do you make of all that?
Well, he thinks Titanforge is Zerg favored.
Okay.
I'm going to smash his face in and show him it's not.
There it is. All right. I like the confidence, man, for sure.
Is it Sideshow we're playing? I thought it was Axiom that he said.
He corrected himself after and said, pick Axiom. No, wait, pick Sideshow. So it is Sideshow to start.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, that's good. And I wouldn't have been surprised going into that because I didn't pay attention to the lobby name. So I'm glad that I'm not shocked and tilted as a result.
Yeah, you load into an ice map instead, and you're like, wait a second, what's going on here?
I know you tried to desync those games to make me tired.
Well,
You fucking Aussie witch.
the Aussie witchcraft finding a way in. Hey, let's hope for a nice and clean one this time around. So we go to Sideshow for map number 1. Shambler, thank you for the pre-match interview, and I'll be happy to check in with you after, win or lose, if you'll have us. And thanks again for your participation, sir. We'll be back checking in with you a bit later.
Gotcha. GG.
GG, DLHO. And let's bring in Neblime. Hello, sir. Top of the morning
Hi.
to you. How we doing?
Yeah.
How we doing? You
Yeah,
all
good.
rested?
I was just yawning as you pulled me in here, so there's that. But I feel well rested. I got to bed pretty early, man. Like an old man. I'm like, oh, it's 9 p.m. I better go to bed. I gotta get up in the morning for a finals. But here I am. I'm ready.
And you are ready. I mean, you've got the pick of the litter. You were able to select Sideshow as the first map.
Yeah, I was listening to what you were saying there, by the way. And the reason I didn't pick Sideshow first is because I had not anticipated I would have the opportunity. I assumed he would get banned. So I'm like, wait a minute, Sideshow's still in the pool? Because, I think he would have banned it for sure, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, if he had the opportunity. But the advantage of coming in through the upper bracket and the fact that this is a best of 7 means that you get all the decisions. You get to ban it and pick a starter. So you decide to go for the Purgatory. And, obviously Titanforge waiting in the wings, the map that Shambler made. Shambler's sitting here thinking, dude, this map is going to be my neck of the woods, my territory. Maybe if we go there, and of course he will be able to pick it if you end up knocking him down a peg, that might be an opportunity for you to even add salt to the wound, perhaps. Are you prepared for that?
Well, see, what I want to do is show him why the map is so painful, so hopefully he doesn't argue it for to be included in another Acropolis. That has to be done.
I see. Okay. The territory, turning the screw, so to speak. Well, he has been making other maps, and including 4-spawn ones, which we are eager to get in there. So
Still got Shambler on the overlay, by the way. Come on, man, that ain't me.
That isn't you. That's right,
It's not Shambler mirror match.
No, I don't know how I would even control all of that words per minute. No, we'll go ahead and put you on the board. Obviously, the Hurakan, your signature unit, but you're not playing as Terran. And you're apparently... You said if
PDB
you're...
left me a ministry here, a treasury there.
Okay.
I can probably get to them,
Interesting choice. Yeah, we might see that. Well, the other thing I wanted to point out, though, is that there's this narrative building that if you win this Acropolis, you'll be returning as Protoss. Are you still sticking to that? Is that a confirmed thing, or is it just like a consideration?
I don't remember if I said that on stream yet, but yeah, he's the reveal, right? If I hadn't. If I'm victorious, it's Protoss. If I lose, I'm still changing to Terran, though. So I'm going to be done with Zerg for a bit, right? If I switch to Protoss and win as Protoss, then I don't know what I'm going to do. Probably go to Terran anyway, because I love Hurakans. What can I say?
Of course.
But yeah, I mean, if you want to see Protoss, if you want to see Neblime Protoss, why don't you just throw a couple of games, Shambler? If that's what you want.
If that's what he wants. Well, what he wants is, in true Shambler fashion, I'll try to channel him without destroying my keyboard, and I'll imagine that he would say, "I want your throat, Neblime." There's something to that effect, yeah. But and so
not quite like that, good attempt, but yeah.
Yeah. I'm trying. We'll dust off the old impersonation. Now, here's another thing that I obviously I already know the answer for the Shambler. Should he end up claiming victory, this is a situation where he said that he was going to use the one of the perks that you get for winning. You win the ability to get an advisor added to the game. And some people would be able to say, oh, I'm just going to put myself in the game. But Shambler wants to do his grandpappy, Boomerman, the guy who he's been, he sends the broadcasts to and all that stuff. Do you have a particular thought in mind about who would be the advisor if you win?
I didn't even know I got that option, so no. Can we somehow convert Jack's text into an advisor or XD Man's, both of them, right? That would be great.
Maybe we could, if I could somehow communicate to XD Man that's what we were trying to do. We could definitely get him to say punch XD or something. I don't know,
yeah. Or we just have a text-to-speech noise for Jack, just skull emoji when you get attacked.
It would be so hard to figure out exactly. What was being said, what maps to what, oil emoji when you tech up or something. I don't know what it would even be. So.
Is there an oil emoji?
Well, yeah, there's an oil drum, and there's the alembic, so there's that.
Right. Yeah. Well, he's an oily boy.
He is indeed. Well, he was saying that he wanted an oil. What was it? Desert tile set filled with oil. So that he could, that would be his island map, his ideal island map.
Yeah, it'd be his home turf, just like Shambler had on Boscovine, right?
Yeah, that's right. So, you know what? Maybe it'll end up happening. But hey, we're about to get into things. I'll give you the floor. Do you have any final thoughts before we get into the grand final, sir?
I'll save it for the interview after. I got things to say at that point.
Oh, okay, all right. You're going to keep things mysterious for now, like a certain someone that I know you have some affinity for, that you're keeping the throne room available for.
Yeah, well, if I have to face him as Protoss, God help me, but that's for the future.
That is potentially for the future. Okay, sir. We are just about ready to get things rolling. Lucky me, I was able to secure exactly every single permutation of our match stingers, so I've already hooked that up on the broadcast. Nice. We are about to get started. Thank you for your time, and good luck in your games.
See ya.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are waiting the ready check from our players. We are about to get started on Sideshow. Sometimes people capitalize the second S. So I decided to give them a little bit of something, something. It's time. The moment is upon us. It's the grand final. The Shambler has challenged Neblime once again. Who takes home the lion's share of this prize pool? Who gets the trophy? Let's find out together in this best of 7. Let's get it on. We are here. GLHF's exchanged. It's Neblime, Yellow Zerg in the top left, the Shambler's Ultramarine Protoss in the bottom right. And this is the grand final, the first grand final for Shambler in many moons. And of course, the 3rd or 4th in a row for Neblime, I think. Let's think about that. No, just the 2nd in a row, come to think of it. Pretty spectacular stuff. Defensive pylon for the Shambler, no surprises there. Sideshow, a map that favors Zerg, statistically, historically, narratively. People think of it as a Zerg-favored map. We can only hope to find even more out of this one. Maybe Shambler will come up with a way to go. Wayward Scribe is heading north, bound to scout his opponent's territory, and Neblime starting things off a little bit slowly with his hatch at the ramp. Not uncommon for Zerg to do this sort of maneuver, especially if they expect aggressive Protoss gateway openings. Maybe something that is a little out of place for this particular map, considering the defensibility that you have here, with not really much of an overhang for inside the natural, but if you can try to wall this off or something, which all the races can do, it could be something that the Shambler could regret trying to attack into. We'll see how that one goes out. Looks like Neblime already moving over here to feign an expansion, but the Shambler's not biting on that one. Instead, he's just doing a little bit of tickling here. Mild harassment, which, you know, percentage of your economy-wise, you do have less workers overall than your opponent as Zerg in this stage of the game. So, you know, there's something to be said for delaying your opponent from harvesting and, you know, making use of that ever-important flash shielding. It will be Zealots first. One of them already out. Shambler not yet moving it across the map. Microing his little heart out with that worker instead. Maybe wants to make a move with the second Zealot that comes out there. Non-stop worker harassment. And it will be Zethrakors. 6 of them, in fact. Well on their way to make a move over here. Will he be surprised to see 2 Zealots? Neblime already considering his actions, his options. One more hit will do it, and the Droleth does end up hitting the deck. Not able to evacuate. And it looks like Neblime thinking about taking another hatch. But for now, no, in fact, he's just going to droll up with a single Circuith here. Three Crow with the fan fiction in the chat. We'd love to see it. But I don't think that Mystery Meat will be making a surprise comeback. Not in this tournament. That would be very fraudulent. Circuit has finished, and the Zealots will start to take a little bit of lick. Take their licks and head on back home. Or will they? Will they just posture aggressively? No, it looks like he's going to cancel the intended push. And you can see, this is why Neblime decides to pick the map. He gave us a nice little answer in the pre-game interview about how he was expecting Shambler to ban it, but then realized, wait, Shambler can't ban it. Such is the price of coming through the lower bracket. But it's a best of 7. We are here for the long haul. Even the 3-0s have gone over an hour apiece, with that second match being a little bit more speedy than the others. Love the little setup here with the 5 Zealots, forming a nigh impenetrable phalanx. No, not the Terran kind. One downside to having so many cool unit names is that you want to reach for those cool words for other reasons, and then you have to say, wait a second, that's a unit name. I'm sure we'll survive somehow. So the Ovaleth has been a patented technique for Neblime, as is the Australian internet move, which is currently being deployed. He's going to be going for Larvosks behind all of that, it looks like, as his Hydrith comes in. There we go. It just needed Shambler to type. There hadn't been enough typing. Oh, and Shambler did make reference to Leviathan, who is in the Twitch chat and has been playing a little bit lately. And apparently there was a PvZ match that Leviathan had played against Neblime at some point. And so that replay has been sent to Shambler. We'll have to see if the strategy within there is going to go at all in the way, or if Shambler's going to hold on to that for dear life and pull that out as his last-ditch move. Workers hugging the right little side there. Larvosks coming to life. A lot of gas cost for those bad boys, but they come online faster than the hatches. I saw Crankadow in the chat earlier too. This man wrote basically a thesis on how if you go for a Hatcherosk into Larvosk into pool opener, that can be better than doing the hatch into hatch move, or hatch into pool. So that's kind of interesting that there's already a schism of mind between strategies amongst our Zerg players. Love to see what these guys get up to. Theory crafting and conceptualizing. So that first Ovaleth was a dud in terms of its move. We do have a Warden coming and a very fast Ancestral Archives, which has not been able to be scouted. Now, I saw another Ovaleth be made, and indeed it's already been dispatched. So maybe this is exactly what the Shambler was counting on. A bit of a spike up into ancestral territory. It'll be a while before Neblime can counter that particular tactic. And since it was concealed until such a point where he already had spent so much of his Vespene... Oh, leading with the wounded Zethrakor might not be the best of moves. Looks like he'll still be able to make it flawless. That was cool. A little bit of shade of Brood War Micro in there. Ski back, nice and fast. So the gas is being spent in the earlier stages of the game. Neblime not banking for the higher gas cost situations. And there's already an engram on the way. So if the plan was to go for Bactylisks to try to punish, might not be able to do that. And with the Ovaleth positioning itself at the 3 o'clock position, Neblime is not going to know that the Ancestral is here. And we already have a Patriarcho. What's next for the Shambler? What else is he thinking of using the Ancestral Archives for? It's an Archon. Well, with the Patriarch out so fast, Neblime already in trouble. Peels away almost immediately. Now, the Ovaleth does get in there, and of course it'll see that the Ancestral is building stuff, and specifically building an Archon. But his Hydralisks are massively out of position. So at least 2 of them are going to get slapped down. Rest of the force being Zethrakors here. Neblime considering his options and falling back to a defensible position. Best that Shambler can do here is try to charge up anyway. And you know what? The Hydralisks offer themselves up, but the Zealots, they're trying to stay alive thanks to those Patriarch shots. Unfortunately for Shambler, it's just not enough right now. Maybe that's where the Archon would have come in handy, but he doesn't have any frontline left. His Scribe might end up going down to that Zethra Core, not quite, and now he can drop his third base. But that's just as Neblime's hatches. Bunch of Bactylisks being made. Zethra Core is peeling off to the left of the map. They're going to come in from that west angle and maybe see if they can disrupt that third base from going down. But as they manage to do that, Zealots discover their positions. So this is going to be an interesting spot. The Shambler maybe surrounded a little bit, but this attack from the bottom, not exactly that formidable. The Hydralisks shifting over. So both players kind of avoid a sort of disaster, but 5 Zeths are still enough to start to power down this Nexus. They'll start with that Worker and then move on from the rest. There are a couple of units here on the rally, including 2 Zealots. That should deal with that fairly nicely. And we have an Optecton coming for the Shambler. Seeing what more he can make happen. Oh, his Zealots have gone haywire. They haven't actually targeted the Zethra Cores that are hitting the Nexus. So they're going to engage, and that might distract Neblime just as that Archon starts to take face. But it's down to 70 shields. Where is the Patriarch? It's not with the rest of the fight. Army control not exactly there for the Shambler, but he safeguards his third base. He will end up losing his Gateway army. Maybe at a critical juncture as well, considering the number of Hydras. Third base macro all the way here. Zeth scouring the rest of the map. But with that Optecton finishing and the Archon crucially getting out, feels like this is not really going to be an attackable position. Neblime is going to go ahead and make the split happen. The Hydra cracks a shot off. The Zethra Cores absorb the first 2. That's significant. We have a Charlatan as well for a nice repeating damage. But the Optecton not focus firing the same thing. And now the Charlatan will end up getting focused down. No, it will not. Neblime getting lost in the sauce, focusing down the Optecton, but it's not going to be enough to crack that position. Instead, he takes an aggressive stance, trying to destroy these rogue galleries before they actually pop. The Warden slowly being brought down by those Bactylisk bounces. These 2 Zealots buying a massive amount of time for the rest of the Protoss arsenal. But his one Optecton is all that remains practically, and he has to evacuate. The Nexus is going to be broken. A second Optecton will deny Shambler's defeat from this position, but Neblime, now firmly in the driver's seat, has some Zoryus on the way to absorb all of that heavy damage, and some Skithra Cores to boot, though they're unlikely to get much done. What with the Engram in position? We have 3 Optectons, or soon to be 3, so the Shambler is nice and toasty here. But so far, at about 11 minutes into the game, our yellow Zerg is definitely controlling matters. With no third base up and running, the Shambler is going to have to claw himself back from a disadvantaged posture, putting a rogue gallery down to add another to the count. He's already got 1 in the base. Charlatan's a very gas-intensive unit. Not exactly something that he can make happen here. Now, Neblime's army is discombobulated, to say the least. But he's still able to maybe dive onto this Drakodin and using those Zoryus to absorb so many of the shots. Still, so far, so good. A single Lakizalisk has made its position known. If enough of those get nice and in place, it's going to force out an Embassy at some point who has actually eluded the Shambler. He's up to 2,000 minerals. Maybe going to charge forward. There's still 2 Lakizalisks here. He just can't step on top of himself. Otherwise, yeah, the splash damage from the Optecton is going to more than make up for that. Man, there's just Zerg units everywhere. Denying an attempt at taking the 3 o'clock position. 12 already set up for Neblime, who's actually making the decision to fall on back. He knows that his opponent doesn't have that much. Pylon moving, or Scribe moving to the middle of the map. I wonder what that's all about. And Shambler's putting down an Embassy. 12 Azira cores just got started, looking to absorb more and more of the pressure. The one Ovaleth here, it doesn't have anything in it, but it will scout out and confirm that, okay, this is what Shambler's base is looking like. He's definitely thinking about dropping more stuff. He's got the money to do so, but not able to set things up. That Quasilisk viciously demolishing the pylon. And now we've got an Iris started. Shambler's Protoss forces maybe straying a bit too far from the third base as it's being set up here. Does Neblime want to pounce on this? His tier 2 has begun. About 33% of the way through. A bunch of Quasis attacking from the high ground over here might bait the Shambler back into a position where he wants to see if he can deal with this force. But as that's happening, more and more Zerg forces are going to pour in onto the third before it can really even get set up. So there's a war on two fronts. This has not favored the Shambler in the past. He might have to cancel his Nexus at the third yet again, and the rest of the forces are simply falling back, content with tying up the Shambler's army, preventing him from focus firing in one location. And yet there's not that much DPS, so the Nexus will persevere, and the rest of the forces were not there to deal with this paltry force holding the ramp. So Neblime playing with his food, perhaps, flooding with Zets and Hydras. It's an interesting composition of Zealots, Scribes, Vagrants, and the Patriarch. But the rest of the forces are diving in, and there's only the one Uptecton, 35 kills though it may have. Not in an ideal position to defend this spot. Skittercore's diving in to try to dissuade it from moving any further forward. And now, with the Shambler's army mixed up and far afield at the 9 o'clock, he's suddenly in a very dire strait indeed. His Nexus is going to end up going down. There's nothing here to hold it and defend it. Shambler only now realizing that Neblime has outpositioned him pretty massively here. He's going to see if he can cut off these reinforcements, but his Uptectons are all by themselves, and those are going to go down almost certainly. Shambler has not realized it yet, but he's lost his third base. His Uptectons have fallen, the rest of his forces being sandwiched from all ends. And though he may have stopped 9 o'clock from going down, it hardly matters when 12 is already running in a buzz. Well, somehow he's actually threaded the needle and gotten most of his units out there. I still don't know what those tactical scribes were doing. Another Ancestral Archives making its presence known. The Shambler stuck on 2 bases to 4. Forward hatch here to hold this ramp, stop any attacks from the right-hand side from affecting Neblime's nascent bases. And the bottom left going to be set up thanks to this scribe that was still left mixed in, but it will be found and crushed before it can even really begin. The Skittercores proving to tie up the rest of this force. That's going to at least tell Neblime that the Protoss are on the march. But there's just not that much here for Shambler. I really think that Neblime is moments away from posting the first dub of the series. Maybe the Shambler thinks that too, but he's going to see if he can hold Iziracors or Eusthalets. They just need to get on top of these Uptectons. There are 3 of them. This is not an efficient trade. So Neblime will fall on back. He's making a lot of Almaxilisks with the intent of sniping down those very tanky Uptectons. 4 armor, most of which is going to be ignored by those flyer units that Neblime is preparing. You can see they do have 3 armor pen. Can think of them as a flying Hydra in some ways. 9 o'clock set up. Hatch on the ramp here. Minimal units being rallied out here by the Shambler. The army count much lower, but much more formidable on an individual basis. And he's setting up his third base, taking a third attempt at getting this operational. Now putting a gateway up here to maybe stop the flood from really hitting him. And the roving packs of Almaxilisks will only grow in number, flocking around looking for any out-of-position Protoss unit. They'll even take a Patriarch if they can get their hands on him. Or claws, as it were. Now he's going to see if he can commit to the attack. There's a Charlatan or 2. There's a Patriarch as well. Now the rest of the attack force reveals 4 Uptectons by the third. Where do the Almaxilisks choose to strike? The answer is the Patriarch and the Charlatan. The other one not really able to get much more dealt with as the Zets and Zoryus flood on forward. This force at the third still going, but the Uptectons are starting to fall. Has Neblime done enough for the rest of his forces to deal with the rest of the Shamblers? It's hard to say as more and more are pushing forward. Almax trying their best to DPS down the Uptectons, but the Wardens having a lot of power here. More Zets flooding on forward just as additional chaff, and we do have 3 Almaxilisks left. The Uptecton's almost all that remains. Shambler has 2 Patriarchs in production, but I don't know if he's really going to be able to defend from this position. 1 Patriarch already out, that could be enough to turn the tide, and Shambler holds on. Up to a 5th base. Neblime itemized his composition well, went for those Almaxilisks. Even though he didn't focus fire the Charlatans, it was still good enough. And now he sets up some static defense to cover his right side flank. The one Almaxilisk, more than worthwhile. Oh, doesn't even end up getting focused down. Does spot out where the Shambler is positioned. More defenses being set up here at the right side. Shambler finally starting to mine with his equivalent worker count. He's within touching distance anyway. So he can stick it out. But there's more where that came from. When it comes to the Zerg, there's always more. And right now, these circuits have softened up the Patriarch. There's not that much here, actually. Yeah, it's going to end up going down. This is a really big moment where all of the Shambler's high-tech units in this area are totally out of position and basically dead to rights. They're going to see how well they can trade versus the Almax, but the answer is not that well. Especially with that moving shot focus fire here. That's going to be 2 Optectons and a Patriarch. That Shambler is worse for wear. He does have a Charlatan. He does have the 2 Patriarchs, but there is a counterattack fomenting, and I think this one is maybe a little bit too far. Now, the air stack has been demolished a little bit, at least held at an arm's length. The Charlatan's providing a lot of value here. And now an Archon for a more beefy frontline. What does Neblime have to offer? The one Witness spotting, no bases in the top right. The Shambler thinks he can hold out even further, and right, maybe he's correct. Now here comes a big flank coming in from the top. That northern flank, no longer the Shambler's territory, but all the Almax are basically dead. The Patriarch might still end up falling. Yes, it does. That's a big blow to Shambler's sustain. Rest of his forces won't be able to hold off against the next wave, which have unfortunately started to crash upon the natural instead of focusing down the third. But losing the third for a third time might be the final time. The Shambler, how much longer can you hold out? You've got 5 military units to your name, and the third base falls yet again, with so many workers going with it. Contained to a second, for a third time, to 2 bases. 5 up and running for Neblime. 5 Protathalors in the queue as well. He knows what he needs to build versus the Optecton Scourge. And he's once again reset the Charlatan and Patriarch count. So, bottom left, not exactly the next site. It'll be top right instead. Double gas base for Neblime. Been leading for most of the game. Shambler refusing to quit so far. A Vigorlisk's here to soak up a lot of damage, and a gateway to attempt to wall himself into this position. More Bactyls being mutated on the front lines. We've got a lot of Ophaleths coming as well. I think the clue is in the name. Neblime wants to do his traditional antics of dropping. And he's moving forward at a steady pace, getting more and more workers waypointed to that top right. One thing that I've always said about Neblime is that it feels like sometimes he overcommits to the macro, and he doesn't build units of the right tier all the time. That has changed in this game. I've noticed that he's improved that particular aspect of himself. Shambler finishes the gateway, and it looks a little silly to blow it up immediately, but I think he wants to go out and effect change on the map. He will undoubtedly end up losing his force if he steps too far forward, but maybe he thinks differently. The Protathalors for suppressing fire, the Vigorlisks and Zoryus to absorb all of the tankiness, and here comes the committal. Neblime thinks he can just A-move. The Iroleths were here to maybe do a Doom Drop, but it might be surplus to requirements. The Charlatan's already picked apart. We've got 2 more in the backline, not able to affect too much. The Archon has been melted. There is another one there to offer itself up. All right, what more do you have here, Shambler? The walls are starting to crumble. Some would say they've crumbled a long time ago. 1 Charlatan going down. He still has 2 more to add multiplication to the damage, but he needs to trade so nicely in order to make it through all of the meat that Neblime is fielding. So the northern flank, it is being dealt with. Now here it comes. An attempted combat drop on top of the Optectons, and Shambler knows what that mouse movement means with the Iroleths landing on top. Not enough splash damage to break them apart. Overwhelming the Optectons, overwhelming the Patriarchs. But has Shambler held again? His front line, his wall has been dealt with for sure. I'm still standing, he types. But he's dead. Or so it would seem. Neblime may have taken the foot off the gas a little bit here. No tier 3 on the way. But does have bottom left set up. Maybe the Shambler wants to tire Neblime out. trying to make use of his technical units, see how much damage he can really deal with them. But remember, those Zoryus speed up other allies to the Zerg. Capping more gas, building more front line. Well, it all makes sense, but Neblime's starting to hemorrhage a couple of units. He has a lot of Zeths, but not really much to back them out. And there's tier 3 coming. I think this, if you asked Hupsaiya what was going on in this game right now, he might tell you that Shambler is coping. And as he starts to lose his Archons, that might be all that he really has left. 3 Uptectons and a Charlatan. What more could you ask for? How about 100 Zerg units? How about 140 Zerg units? And that is the overstep of the century. Shambler, down to his last Uptecton, his last Charlatan. Neblime might not be able to possibly lose this next engagement. The third base going to get canceled the 4th time. And if that's not a sign of the times, I don't know what is. He's trying to make contact with that Uptecton, focusing down the last high-power tech unit that Shambler has in his arsenal. But another one pops out here and backed up by the engram. Is it going to be enough? Neblime smells blood in the water, but it might be his own. Down to his last 5 units again. Shambler, not yet out. Refuses to GG. And he continues to type. Zets are starting to infiltrate the base. That's how far gone this position is. 136 workers on 2 bases. Not the situation you want to be in. And finally, Neblime will crack the front. Well, I say finally, it's like the 2nd or 3rd time he's done so. 3 Uptectons and 2 Charlatans, trying to trade as efficiently as he possibly can versus tier 1 composition that doesn't quite do the job versus what Shambler is making. But Kafralosks are here. Tier 3 is just about to hatch. Shambler continues to type. We will add a no typing rule lest you be fined. Maybe not, but I was thinking of it. I want to say the last 10 minutes have been Shambler not really in with any chance in the game, it feels like. I can only hype it up for so long before the writing is just obviously on the wall. Does Shambler want to spend his limited resources on this? On forcing Neblime into tier 3 on the first game of the best of 7? Doesn't he realize that he still has to play at least 3 more matches? And win at least 4 if he wants to win the whole thing? Once again, blowing up that gateway to free himself from his own prison. And now he has 4 Charlatans and 3 Uptectons. Neblime was definitely thinking about making Ultra Cores out of these Zoryus, but doesn't look like he's going to be afforded to do so on the doorstep of the Shambler. More units preparing. Oh, I like these ideas in the chat. Every word you type is $1 of the prize pool you got to give back. That's from Newt. And then Threekra says you can also go into debt. I agree. You specifically are giving your enemy that much money. All right, stepping forward yet again. This was the death of so many high-power units for Shambler from this position before. Ultra Cores being made. Trying to go for the surround. More units going to come on in and overwhelm the small groups over there. But the Charlatans are still reigning supreme here. Multiplying that damage definitely has its place. Keeping Neblime at bay. The Cascathalors are going to come out soon. Oof. Just the sheer number of Uptecton shots being cloned for more damage. He basically has 6 Uptectons here if he's firing on hallucinating targets. Neblime finally being evicted, perhaps. This witness just continuing to watch. But are the tier 3 Zerg units going to be sufficient here? If the Keskats get over here, it's definitely an open and shut case. He just outranges his opponent at that point. The Ultra Cores trying their best to connect onto the front. Unfortunately for Neblime, he still really hasn't been able to do too much there. Late SMH. Yeah, Like your GG. That's what I'd type if I was in Neblime's shoes. And maybe I will, Neblime. Maybe I will type. Maybe I'll type it for you. Oh my god. Shambler is so cringe. Oh, he's going to clean up all these Zets that are coming on in. Meanwhile, the Tier 3 moving on forward, canceling the third base for the 5th time. And the final showdown. The Shambler extending this game for literally twice its intended length. As the Keskath shots come on in, sprinting the Shambler's forces forward. Not exactly the position you want to be versus all this melee. The Gazithalors come on in too, and the Uptektons will finally be destroyed. Speedy boys when you have the Enchanted Ultra Core and on top of the Keskath field. There's no glory here, Shambler. You're just a goofball. Well, I can't claim to be surprised about the outcome of that match, but Neblime does end up taking it. And Shambler reminds us all of why we are happy when he doesn't make a Grand Finals. Come on, guys. I made it really obvious. I said, Shambler, pick a map, and stop doing that. And he said, what? Which meant that he typed. And I said, that. And he's like, huh? The typing question mark? He's like, yeah, dude. The fucking type. All right, we'll wait for him to pick his next map. We have Axiom, Derelict, Fata Morgana, Germination, Impetus, and Titanforge, all in the pool. Let me type that out for the players. I don't think we're going to get another game like that. I'll put it to you that way, guys. Shambler will take a bathroom break as we load into Axiom for map number 2. Neblime leading 1-0. Me drinking all of my water at once. Maybe I'll be the one to go to the bathroom next. You never know. I thought so too, Ben. I kind of suspected that maybe the Shambler was hoping for that outcome and seeing if he could be like, well, technically I could have won from this position. Not going to happen. Neblime definitely figured out the answer to that. You know, that's actually something that I feel like taking that seriously for a moment, right? Like, there's not really anything in the rule book that you can put in there to say, hey, don't just stay in the game forever, because it's down to what the player thinks is a winnable position, right? Now, outside pressures, social pressures, might tell him to not extend the game by 2x its length in the grand finals when we have to do 6 more games potentially. And, you know, consider the poor caster who has to cast this. Consider the rest of the people who are watching and hoping for exciting games. All that stuff. But if you actually look at the way that match was going, it was giving Neblime more time to come up with and test different unit compositions against what Shambler seems to be trying to gun for, which is the Charlatan Uptecton Patriarch synergy. And, Charlatan Uptecton versus ground, Charlatan Patriarch versus air. And now, Neblime knows that Protathlors are really good for sniping the Charlatans. He knows that having Amaxilisks will maybe work out if they're microed better, but maybe not the sort of pièce de résistance for the Zerg army. And he also knows that going straight for Keskaths is actually more impactful than the Ultra Cores. So what I'm trying to get out here is that when we have this situation going where Shambler is extending the game with no real hope of winning, at that point, in Neblime's case, it's to Neblime's favor. He's going to sit here and think, oh, I know exactly what to build versus XYZ composition now. And if that's the only trick that Shambler had in the book, he might have accidentally sold himself down the river. But we'll see. We will see. As a show of hands in the chat, can you please type Shambler? Or just, type anything, because typing is the Shambler. Type Shambler if you are rooting for the Shambler to be victorious. Let me know who's on Team Shambler right now. Want to get a gauge for who the people's champion is right about now. I was on Team Hamster, but unfortunately for us all, he was not able to make it past Mr. Shambler. You got Gerald in here saying Neblime all the way, of course, of course. Okay, we got Shambler from Levy, we got Shambler from Toyota. Okay. Watching Shambler versus Neblime is like watching your parents fight. Okay, okay. Do we have any Neblimers? Can you type Neblime if you're Team Neblime? I saw some people already say that. As we get into map number 2, we'll continue polling the chat over time. In fact, I think I can do that on YouTube. Somebody fucking left the game. God damn it. Why are these people goobers? We'll go back to Neblime's face. That was anticlimactic. Shambler didn't move up, actually. That's what happened. Alright, we'll try that again. Sham makes the game boring. Absolutely got him, dude. Absolutely annihilated. The Shambler in the bottom left, Neblime in the top right. Is this mint? This might be my favorite color. Yeah, dude, mint. Mint Zerg. Shambler, meanwhile, he is electric blue. So those rooting for Neblime are Ben, Gerald. Who else we got here? Any Neblimers? Looks like we're tied 2-2. Well, while we wait for the opening, I'll see if I can figure out the poll system here on YouTube. Yeah, he was confused. I agree, dude. I was confused too. Shout out to the dad of Gerald. Gerald's dad had the right idea. So we do have a forward Kagran. Oh, okay. Neblime's going to do the Larvosk strat. That's what Neblime's doing right now. He's doing the Larvosk strat. This is never before seen in Acropolis. The very first time we're going to see this move done. As soon as he hits that 25 mineral count, there he is. Larvosk after the pool, or before the pool, really. Very interesting. Shout out to Krankendow for this strategy. He came up with it. Shambler was aware that this was a move. There was some conversation between them. Top Ramen in the chat, welcome. It is a best of 7, remember, so first to 4 wins. Neblime leading 1-0 so far. And would have been 15 minutes ago as well, but, you know, Shambler's the kind of guy to do that. You can see he's trying to deal damage to the Larvosk, but he needs to keep up the pressure for his first military unit to get across there. That's kind of the whole gambit here, but I don't think he's going to be able to with 2 pairs of Quasis hatching. Shambler's aware that this can spiral. Neblime using the Shambler trick on him with a burrowed worker. All right. Legionnaire going to be dealt with thanks to these Quasis. And now from here... Oh, Neblime already knows it, dude. He's already got it figured out with the Zeths. He knows that it could be a Drakodin follow-up. The Shambler doesn't know where the Shambler is. He hasn't found Neblime's Shambler. Oh, Shambler. Oh, you found him. You found you. You. It died. Shambler destroys himself. Okay, well, the Drakodin is revealed. A number of Legionnaires also seen. Neblime going to fall on back. But so far, getting a lot of Vespene here. Fast Ovaleth. Could go Hydrith immediately. Keep in mind, this Larvosk is just as good as a hatch. It just costs a lot of Vespene instead of a lot of minerals, right? And the theory behind it is that what we're going to see here is something where Neblime can be more efficient off of one base. I don't know if he's practiced this build in like against the AI or against other people, but this is the first time I'm seeing anybody actually do it. Crank came up with the idea, but I've never seen it in a casted game, and I've never seen Neblime do it, that's for sure. It's the first time we're seeing it in the tournament, saved for the grand finals. He'll go ahead and unload his Kagrant. Degen style. Expansion coming here for the Shambler in a moment, but our Protoss player is feeling a bit under the pump, right? Nexus and Hatch going down at the same time. And somehow the Gateway Toss not feeling like attacking up into that. Drakodin's catching up here. Hierophant as well. It will allow him to tag that Ovaleth before it can get too deep. But there's not really that much to scout in this situation. Shambler's set up for anti-drop, so he's aware of the kinds of things that can happen. The Ovaleth will be zoned away before any tech structure gets put down. It will be an embassy. And now the next thing that Neblime needs to think about doing is maybe going for that Nexus, scouting to see if that Nexus is actually there. Second Larvosk, nice and fast. He's going to be at 4 hatch production, maybe 5 if this turns into a Larvosk as well, which I wouldn't be surprised. That can be such a shocking amount of production in the early stages of the game. So Shambler moving his army forward. A bunch of Quasi units going to be scattering around to keep watch for enemy movements. And a lot of Hydras being set up on the field. But this is maybe a bit of a timing here. Neblime's forces are under strength. He only has the 1 Circuith. He's adding more and more Larvosk, but needs to switch off of workers and onto Hydra Zeth. Otherwise, he will eventually be run over. And maybe not eventually. Maybe right now. And that's why I'm starting a YouTube poll. Who are you rooting for? Make your voices heard. And don't worry, Twitch chatters, I'll get you next. Right now, we've got a stream to watch, a game to spectate. The Ovaleth might get caught over here, but is it going to just tank damage? Maybe the answer to that question is yes. All the limited Legionnaires there. Falling on back. Triple Larvosk, double hatch. Plenty of production for our Zerg player. Natural setup. 3 gates. Nobody doing anything too significant now, but that Ovaleth snipe does put Neblime on the back foot a little bit. Ooh, he cancels it. Now that's interesting. Instead, he's going to move on out with his Hydras at a perfect timing to catch this Hierophant if Shambler is not too careful. Drakodin's going to get focused down here. They're just as good of a target as any. Hierophant obviously a little bit more Vespene, but Drakodin's more minerals. Witness going to replace the army for scouting out. A Zethracore going to sneak on in here. He'll be put down by the Drax, but confirms that there is a little bit of an army back at home, and of course 3 gates up. Another Ovaleth starting. Hydra's sharking across the map, seeing what they can accomplish. Yeah, that was a bit of a rough spot for the Shambler, our Protoss player. He's got a second Witness out. Hydra turned into a ski-backed, so Shambler will be aware of that. 2 rogue galleries to try to constrain what Neblime can do over here. So plenty of vision. Neblime not going to step on that witness, despite the momentary detection that he has. Defensive engram at the natural. Shambler, what do you got cooking for us? Zoned away. Not finding too much over here. Not finding too much. Third base on the way for our boy Neblime. Some Bactylisks are what the doctor ordered. No skiths just yet. And Neblime not saving too much Vespene here. He's got a nice force of Zeths, so he's going to wait for a counterattack to be attempted here. Oh, the Charlatan's spotted nice and early. What does Neblime do as a result of that, right? He doesn't have tier 2 yet, and it's not really in the cards. He makes another Ovaleth. This could be the opportunity for Shambler to show us what he was really made of in that last game. The composition was powerful enough to make a lot of stuff happen. And now here come the Zeths moving forward. They're going to check the third base and be a bit of an honesty check. As soon as Neblime sees that Shambler's army is in the middle of the map, he's going to go ahead and pull the trigger on those Zeths. Cycling backwards here, trying to keep Shambler interested. No, he's not going for the third. He's going for the surround. More units coming on in. They're all quasi units, remember. So most of the damage is going to come from the top right. This is the defining fight. This is before the Charlatans hit a critical mass, and one of them's already going to hit the deck. There's only one left. What does it focus on? There's Zeths coming in from the surround on the south. There's waypointed vagrants here, but they're already almost dead before they can even fire their first shot. And that was a beautiful surround, catching all the Charlatans. Neblime in the driver's seat yet again. A scant few Zealots remain. Shambler, he canceled his Nexus? Not even going to keep that one going? Was that a mistake? Was that because of the Zeths? I don't even know how that one happened. More units coming in, arcing from the right side. Just a couple of gateway units going to be given up. And this is a familiar sight. Shambler on 2 bases, behind a wall of production structures, waiting for his masterful moment, his composition that can delay the game for even longer. These Zeths grinding through the last remaining gateway units on that side. Cliff advantage trying to pick off these Bactyls, and not that many chaff units here to hold off the Zealots, it has to be said. But there are going to be more Charlatans coming up here. Many Wardens set up behind this. If he focuses this one down, maybe he can finish it before. It's not going to happen. The Ancestral is nearly complete, but that Rogue Gallery will indeed fall as part of the wall. And this is starting to look like a Hydra bust in Cosmonarchy. Bactyls moving forward. The Warden's getting engaged upon. Where are the help? Where is that Charlatan promise? Is the Shambler just leading himself into death? A nice gateway to try to wall that off and reduce the surface area, make that splash work for him. Hyrule Iris going down behind all of this fight. Neblime wants more. He wants to depower everything here. And there it goes. The Uptecton not going to be able to make it happen. He might even kill the Ancestral. At the same time, the bounce is wreaking havoc on the worker count. Shambler. Oh no, your Ancestral's down. The Charlatan doing its best. But you don't even have any rogue galleries left, my man. You're building a Stargate. 2 of them, in fact. This one gateway going to be dealt with eventually. And the Vagrant ends up timing out. Okay, he can't really focus down that last Charlatan unless Shambler is a little bit inefficient with his forces. A desperate scribe pull. But Neblime looks poised for victory, flooding the map with more units, streaming on through with Zeth Zorius, and has 13 Hydras in production. A 4th base at 12 o'clock. Tier 2 completed. Or nearly, anyway. I get the theory behind the Charlatan, but Neblime found the answer this time, and it wasn't by going for tier 3 units or sniping them with Protathalors. It was stopping the support, the heavy hitters, from being multiplied, and now his Charlatans have exited the building much too early. A full surround to finish off the last multiplication that Shambler had, and at this point, his Nexus is going bust. This is a second game for Neblime served up, and I think Shambler, He's not going to be able to extend this one by another 15 minutes. Neblime busts the natural. Gladius is only now starting. Hardly any workers left over here as they all start to melt. Masterful by Neblime. Finding the right timing, surprising his opponent, and powering on through, even despite all of that. The engram gonna go down momentarily before it even finishes. And the Wardens, all that's left, not much to preside over as more units are flooding on through. The Gladiuses are going to pop out here just to get overrun by the Hydras. The Drakodons not able to hold them off. Zerg here. And the Mutat Spire, the Tethvith Swamp. Everything that Neblime needs to close this game, even if there were extra Gladiuses, extra Drakodons, and there are not. Shambler wants to fight to the last man. Soon he won't have any left to stand behind. Stargate falling. The second one soon to be there as well. Now I'm just waiting for it. GG. Well, would you look at that? I think we'll start that Twitch poll now. 83% of you voted in favor of Neblime, saying you're rooting for him. Or maybe you just expect him to win. He is certainly in the lead. 2-0. Still needs to finish the Shambler off 2 more times. There's still room in this best of 7. A close game could still be served up to us. It'll be Fata Morgana for map number 3. Go Neblime, also make Sovroleths. We like the Sovroleth around here. Well, my guys, that was much more to the point game number 2. We make it to Tier 3 on a technicality in number 1, but Tier 2 wasn't even necessary for that last game. It was the insurance policy in case Shambler somehow stuck it out. We go to Fata Morgana. Game 3 of our final series here on Acropolis number 1. It's going to be Neblime in the top left, the Shambler in the top right. This is a map by Veek7, and I'm so grateful to be able to say that. A map by Veek7. Even an emoji that Luciferius can use. Can you believe it? Well, I think I speak for us all when I say that that last match was very interesting. And, you know, it's Fata Morgana. So this is going to be an 8 pool. I don't think I've seen an 8 pool before. I've seen 7 pool. I've seen 9 pool. But I've never seen 8 pool. Neblime pulling out all the stops. Now, the pylon is placed defensively. And the scout is fairly quick. It's basically off of that pylon. So, you know. There's options here. Mineral's not been fully focused here. Oh, there's gas coming here. Is this a fast... This might be a fast drop, actually. Yeah, this is going to be like a fast quasi-drop. The question is, you know, what else can Neblime cook up here? Okay, oh my god! Neblime is planning on some serious shenanigans. So it's not a drop. It's definitely not quasis. Well, I shouldn't say it's not a drop. It is a drop. It's going to be a Kagrant drop. Scooping it up. Zet's flooding in. What's the reaction, Shambler? A fast Warden and a second pylon. But that's without any combat unit being made. He's got a forward pylon. I think Shambler was anticipating a proxy move. Setting up for it, anyway. One Zeth left behind to kill that wayward scout. Indeed, it will end up falling. Now, this is just insulting. Well, 3 Crow, you better get ready to start smiling, because that Warden is unlikely to survive from this position. Instead, it's just going to be after the pylons. A third pylon going to be put down. The second one already dealt with. Here's a Zealot. The Warden going to finish. It's within range of that. No, it's not. Okay, it is. It is within range of the circuit before it can finish mutating. So there we go. Oh my god. Oh my god. Some of his workers haven't returned to work. Shambler hasn't figured it out yet. Needs to get his rest of his scribes back on task. Neblime at 6 workers, mind you. I was going to proxy vassal, by the way. He's not realized it yet. His workers are only now starting to do things. Okay, focusing down that pylon. That's a good strategy. I can't believe it. I can't believe he's doing it. He's getting another worker. Alert! Alert! Another worker is on the way to build a second circuit. The Zeph count is increasing. Okay, 3 zealots, a second warden. This is the grand finals. This is the strategy that Neblime has cooked up, and immediately going after that warden, which is not canceled. A lot of Zets did get caught on the way out, though. And now, look at that. He clears that warden, and suddenly he puts the next Kagrant pretty far forward. Quasi's over here to attack with impunity, away from the prying eyes of that initial warden. Well, unfortunately, that Quasi's not going to live for much longer. But the Kagrant's done. What more can Neblime do? He's got to fall on back. His Zets have already fallen. Was that too much? Trying to pull back. Oh, it canceled at the last second. Well, that would have been cataclysmic if that had finished. But it might already be too much. Oh, nice little snipe from that warden. The gateway almost finished off here. It's going to be limited to 3 zealots, 2 of which are very wounded. And now another warden here. Zets are up. He's going to focus these wounded gateway units down. That's going to be the low HP zealot going down. 2 more hits. The gateway is kaput. There's 3 zealots left. All of these minerals and nothing to spend them on. Rebuilding the other gateway. Far enough away from the position here. Quasis need to fall on back. Zealots hungering for them. The Nexus now going to be under fire. I just don't see how Shambler can make it past this little setup. It's just a ticking time bomb. There's no way he can defeat the Circuit. As long as Neblime keeps sending in occasional reinforcements, this Circuit will kill this Nexus. It's just a matter of time. The gateway has already been dealt with. He's still sticking with it. Now he's targeting the Zealots. Yeah, that's going to finish one of them off. Needs to be focused back onto that Nexus, though. Oh, no, he's drawn back in the Zealot for a little bit more hull damage. He needs to stop the shield regen. I don't think he's realized it yet. No, instead he's just going to go for a bunch of worker kills. Try to stop that second warden from coming up, but it's not going to matter. That was a mistake. I don't think Neblime can make this happen if he doesn't... Oh, man, he undid so much of his progress by not retasking it onto the Nexus. It's a pretty big overlay, you know? All right, still up 3 Zealots. One of them wounded. The Quasis don't really do too much against that unless you've got a lot of them. Unless you've got a lot of them. Back over here, we've only got the 6 workers mining. He's found an opportunity. He's found the hot spot. He can put the Quasis in just the perfect angle for 3 or 4 of them to attack that Nexus. Another Warden being started here. Shambler's on a time limit. He's got 300 health left. He needs to go for it now. It might be worth just pulling the scribes at this point. He's hemorrhaging Zealots. The Nexus is going to go. I don't think he can do it anymore. He's hesitated far too much. He didn't even realize his Nexus was about to go. Boom! And there it goes. Shambler. Oh my god, he's built another one in the top right. He will not be stopped. He will mine his own base from afar and 2-gate production with Zealots. I have never seen play like this. I have never seen something like this before. The Nexus in the top right, Veek leaving just enough space for him to do that. I dedicate this to a map by Veek 7. Neblime's like, wait. What's going on? What's happening? How could this be? Of all the games that the Shambler chooses not to GG, this is the one that makes the most sense. Unless he suicides all of his zealots like that, but... I mean, there's not that much for Neblime back at home. He doesn't have much production, and he doesn't have many workers. The economy is still better for Shambler. And he's going to carve a path through all of these Quas units and deal with most of them as well. So Neblime thinking, oh, well, I can just trade this. Might not be the case. Well, he's still limited to only 2 gate production, though. Hasn't been able to distance mine any Vespene. Okay, a Hydrith is on the way. So there is still obviously a very clear ticking time bomb here in the form of the arrival of Hydras, as often is the case for Protoss. My god, man. My god. He can't get a Dracodon. He can't get anything. He's got no gas. All right, 7 Zealots. Is that enough to zone away the Quas? Only one of them falling now. He's maybe evicted his opponent here, and he can ignore that Circuit if he really wants to and just charge across the map, where we've got a couple of Hydras started. Is that going to be enough? I just saw a Lattice be queued up, but he didn't end up making it. He canceled it immediately. He still needs to kill this Circuit. He can't even retake his Nexus in the right position over here. He's going to use the Zealots to deal with that, I guess. Oh, he was thinking about building it over here, but I think the Ovolith found the proxy pylon. Has Shambler made a mistake here? I feel like he has. He's going to lose that Zealot if he's not... Okay, he saved him last moment there. Kagran evicted. Maybe he can retake the Nexus spot. It feels like falling back with the Zealots was a big whiff, but he just didn't know what Neblime had cooking. I don't know, dude. The reversal could be here. 10 Zealots against what Neblime has? Be a lot of micro to win that kind of fight, and there's only so much you can fall back in. Oh my god. Oh my god. There's a 3rd Nexus being made. It's in the bottom. I can't believe this game has gone on for this long. It's absolutely insane. But on the ramp, more than enough. More than enough for now. Okay. Another Warden here. Okay. All right. I really have never seen something like this before. The one Zeth killing that pylon. Well, the bridge has been given up. Neblime, he's definitely going to be able to hold from this. Yeah, I feel like Shambler dallied a little bit too hard there. He missed his timing. His only timing in the whole game, it feels like. Although he also had an opportunity to just force down the Circuit if he pulls the Scribes, but... You know, he had this pylon here. He could have right-clicked his workers onto this mineral field or this geyser to make them all ball up, and then he could have just stack-attacked the Circuit or something else. That would have been a play and a half, but maybe didn't have the wherewithal to do that. And so despite having this Zealot storm in the top left position, Scribes were thinking about leaving, but that Ovoleth saw it. I think now Neblime's like, oh, I'm just going to go on a look around. Let's see what I can find. What do I see here? A whole group of Scribes mining for some Vespene. We both know that that's not allowed. Now the Zealots are going to charge on in past the initial defenses. Oh, that Zealot does manage to stay alive. For how long, I'm not sure. Focusing down and maybe trying to hold by the ramp. See what else that Shambler can do with the Zealots. It's a very heavy committal. Goes after the Hydrith then. Not really the end of the world. Instead, turning his attention onto the eggs. But he just can't decide on a target. And now I think he's boxed in. There's only so much these poor Zealot men can do. And even though Shambler is Zealot man, I think that's clearly going to be it, man. The Zethar Core almost certainly spotted all of this, by the way. It just was on a waypoint. So that's on the minimap. Shambler had such a cool idea, but he's putting a... This is the 4th Nexus of the game. And that's where the 1st Nexus was. No defenses over here, by the way. One Zethra core, a couple Quasis, yeah. So that bottom base is essentially going to be out. And a Stargate started, but way too soon. Or way too late, I should say. Ecclesius to try to buff up the Zealots, but that's the first bit of gas that he spent on units. And now he's got to evacuate the base. Zealot's going to be zoned away. The Ecclesiasts see if they can buff up their boys, but only 2 of them. I'm not so sure that it's going to be enough. Look at that, a little bit of drop micro as well. And the Zealots are terminated. This is going to be a 3-0 start. Canceling the Nexus, canceling the Stargate. And maybe like every other game so far in the set, I have to say, hey, Shambler, the game's over. And maybe eventually he'll figure it out. Waypointing his Ecclesiasts into death. Oh, they sped up his scribes. GG, and he picks Titan Forge for the next match. You know, I really did think that Shambler might have had a shot there because of the minimal amount of stuff that was behind that play. That could have been such a reversal, a historic match, a moment for the Shambler to earn back everybody's favor and say, God damn, he figured out a way to live there. But it just wasn't to be. Down in elimination point. Neblime 1 game away from being crowned the champion of Acropolis #1. But Titan Forge is a map that the Shambler himself made. And if there's any other map so that he can post it up on the board, it would be this one. I simply cannot believe the complexion of the games that we have witnessed today. Could this be the final one? Shambler went back and looked at the VOD to see what that game was actually like, and he's like, holy moly, I actually could have won that. Yeah, we agree. Well, if this Titan Forge match delivers like that Fata Morgana match did, I will be very surprised, and also very happy. It's the Shambler in the top left of his own damn map, against Neblime in the bottom left. Is this Dark Spring Green? Hell yeah. Is this Electric Blue again? No, it's Glacial. I was almost right. Well, I was right once. I was almost right a second time. Trying to get his opponent complacent. Neblime saying that he'll play Protoss if it comes down to it. Forward Pylon for the first time in all of the Shambler's games. And it's yet another pool opener. 8 pool this time. Again, similar to what happened last time. Starting to harvest gas. Is he going to run it back? Oh my god. I think Neblime is going to do the same exact thing. I think Neblime is actually going to do the same exact thing. He's crunched the numbers. He's calculated. There's no spot for a hidden nexus. I'm going to beat him for real this time. And he might just do it, considering Shambler is going to be putting forth a... what is he doing? It's going to be a lattice opener with a forward pylon to boot. There's the Ovaleth. And there's the Kagrant. Shambler scouts this, and what is he going to even say? The typing is for real this time, surely. Oh my god. Oh my god. We could be seeing the second ever 4-0. But Shambler puts the Warden down to say no. And a second pylon to boot. What is out of the lattice first? That's the question. And will that Warden even complete in time? It's got about, I want to say, 15 seconds left. Oh, he's preemptively pulling the workers, knowing that Neblime doesn't have that much. So as long as he gets this Warden operational, he hasn't left himself with much money. He's going to make a sim. You know, that could actually be really good here if that Kagrant turns into a Circuith after all. Let's see. Warden finishes. That's going to hold back this attack force. Oh, look at that. scooping up the Zets to maybe drop on top of the Warden. The Sim is already out. He's going to use the Warden to focus down the Circuit. It will end up finishing, and he focuses down the Simulacrum. This could be all she wrote, ladies and gentlemen. I think Neblime has double Kagran dropped to victory. What a way to be crowned a champion. And how can Shambler possibly extend this one? The Lattice is dead. The Warden is dead. The Circuit is soon to be dead so that this Ovaleth can spook it back up and drop it directly onto the Nexus. The Shambler types, but it doesn't matter. The 4-0 is coming. Ladies and gentlemen, Neblime is your champion. Unbelievable scenes. Unbelievable scenes. I cannot believe that that's how he does it. He makes it happen on Shambler's home territory. That would have been astronomical if it was the only time he had done it. But for it to be the second time in a row that he does the same deranged strategy, I can't believe it, man. There's no excuses now, 3Crow. The strategy that you came up with all the way back in Ascension number 2 has now won a championship. It's official. Slow clap. Slow clap for Neblime. I cannot believe it. I simply cannot believe it. GG's. What a way to close it out, man. Hello, champion. How does it feel?
Oh, hello there.
How does it feel?
Pretty good, man. You didn't want to get Shambler in there because, like, I joined the voice chat for like 1 millisecond, and then you dragged me in, so I didn't hear what Shambler might have had to say to me.
Probably some expletives, if I had to guess. But
maybe.
Nonetheless, you are the champion. You are the man with the plan, and apparently that plan involved dropping them Kagrans. What the hell was that strategy, dude?
What did I tell you about that map, dude? I gotta show him. No way, because it's close by air, right? So it's good there. Look, coming into the series, I was thinking, okay, if it's Fader or Titanforge, I'm gonna do it. But then I'm like, well, why not just do it again? Like, surely he's not going to expect it twice. But honestly, he had the right choice, I think, going for the ladders and trying to hold the ramp. That's what I sort of thought was probably the best move. And I think the Sim is probably the best unit. I think he just did not expect me to drop the Zev Sin. I think that caught him off guard. And so he didn't have the micro there. And, you know, those Wardens, man, they die fast when Zevs are hitting them. Absolutely.
Oh, it's just like Brood War, right? It's very similar kind of vibe there.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. That felt like worst case scenario for me. I was like, shit, he knows what to do. Because it shows he's a smart player, you know. After one time, he's like, this is what I have to do. But it was not enough.
No, it was not enough. And you know what? Commiserations to the Shambler. Because despite all of his typing and despite the ridiculous game one, which I will ask you about, there's definitely an element there where you could tell he was planning stuff, he's practicing stuff for the legitimate portions of game number one, where it wasn't, you know, a 30-minute bonanza extended by 15 minutes by, you know, typing or whatever. How did you feel about that composition? Because I feel like maybe that could have given you some trouble had it been deployed in a game where you weren't already ahead.
Yeah, definitely the fast Patriarch end of Tectons is pretty good, but you can see that I exploited imbalance there between the Patriarch and Tecton. You have to be careful about air units. About Patriarchs in general, I feel like as long as you're in a generally good situation in the game, yeah, they're strong, but you can overwhelm them just by having more of everything, right? Mm-hmm. Tectons, maybe not so much on the ground, but you just exploit this air-ground imbalance. And if you're in a situation where you can throw like a lot of units and still be in the game, like it was that game, you don't worry about it too much. You just think, okay, I'm going to try this. Shit, I lost 100 units.
Right,
make another 100. You know,
yeah.
That's how Zerg goes. And, you know, like I was saying in the pre-thing, I was like, I get to play on Sideshow? Okay, damn. Then, you know, Sideshow's just really good for Zerg. You can't put any shade on Shambler there. I think you have pretty good opening and plan there. It's just pretty impossible on Sideshow, in my opinion.
Did you just let the typing roll off your back then?
Oh yeah, look, to be honest, I'm happy to sit in a game I'm winning for like an hour. It feels good, honestly.
Okay.
And honestly, Cascaphilors, they're strong, but my god, they're slow.
Yes.
I should have just made the Arcadialist, because it would have been over like 5 minutes faster, and they got stuck in my base and all that.
Oh, really? I was thinking, actually, if you had made them instead of the Ultras, the Ultra Cores might have, you know...
I am surprised the
delayed it a little
Tectons can actually handle Ultras.
So the
Not much in
reason,
the game
yeah, the
can
reason
handle
why
it.
that was happening, and I was curious about this composition and your thoughts on it, is the Charlatans multiplying the damage. That was the big thing that I was curious about.
Yeah.
Because you made the Protathalors, and I was thinking maybe you picked those specifically to try to snipe the Charlatans out, but maybe you were thinking more about the Patriarchs instead.
I mean, they're just good against Patriarchs and to some extent Tectons, because they can do their damage without getting too close. So, especially against Patriarchs, if you already have a decent, like, regular army, adding a bunch of Protathalors can just crush them.
Okay.
But, you know, at that point, it was kind of just like, I'll try this, I'll try that, I'll probably go to Tier 3. Like, I thought to myself, if I make, like, 20 Almax, I can probably win the game, but Tier 3 is cool, you know, I might as well.
Okay, yeah. Tier 3 is pretty cool in this, you know, so...
Although I was surprised the drop didn't win. I really thought the drop was going to do it. You got to give it to Shambler, not just in that game. He's really showing the strength of basically just building buildings. He's really utilized that really well.
Yeah, trying to basically squish your units into a small surface area so that he can splash them all.
Definitely.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I want to talk about Game 2. This is a game where you went, for the first time ever deployed in a Cosmonarchy cast, tournament or otherwise, Larvosk into pool. Tell us about how you felt about it.
Well, Krankendow, as you're probably aware, floated the possibility, and I played Protoss against his Zerg, and I wanted to say to him, like, well, I did say to him more or less, paraphrasing, like, you can't do that because you've got to defend the ramp. And I tried attacking with, like, Zealots and Legionnaires and stuff, but, you know, the thing is, with the Larvos, you can get so many Zephyrs quickly, you can actually handle 2 or 3 gate Zealot Legionnaire pretty easily with them. The problem with Hatch First is you can't get the production quick enough, so you do have to rely on the static defense, as you've seen in my other series of Shambler. But having played against Krankendown, seeing like, oh my god, you can't actually just punish this, I thought, it's actually just a better opening. And the truth is, the reason I went 10 hatch on Sideshow is because I felt like I can still win there, and I didn't want to reveal the strategy on Sideshow. I think it's just superior to 10 hatch. I'm going to regret saying this, especially since I'm switching off Zerg now, but yeah, I think it's the way of the future.
Interesting.
The only possible downside is it's like a proxy or something, and they can get in and kill the Larvosk before you can get defenses up, because the Larvosk is pretty fragile. That's the only downside.
Yep, that makes sense. I mean, I was thinking that when he was already starting to tickle it with his worker, like you could tell that he already knew, this is how I would conceptually try to counter this, but it might have been the first time he's fought against it too, unless maybe Crank was practicing against Shambler earlier, beforehand. So that's interesting.
It didn't play in too much. I mean, obviously, I think it's just ahead compared to Hatch First, so I was obviously doing a bit better, but I don't think Shambler played the kind of opening that was really like, oh god, I'm doomed, because he went Larvos first. He went like 3-gate, which, to be honest, is what he'd been doing a lot leading up to the tournament. I think it would have been a lot worse for him, but I think his opening was fine. I just feel like he overemphasized gateway units and didn't tech fast enough. It's tricky because if there's a bunch of Hydras, obviously the Drax and the Hierophants aren't going to do anything, but also if you try and tech too fast, maybe Zerg comes and attacks you.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of push and pull where I think you had a lot of map presence early on, and you made some pretty good decisions, obviously. This is your first ever sweep in the finals. The last one was obviously the much-touted 7-game series. Do you think the scoreline kind of lies here? Do you think there was an element of, Shambler was better than the scoreline suggests? How do you reckon that?
I mean, what do I say? I don't want to be mean. I did 3-0 him in the other one, so what can I say? He could have won any given game. Anything can happen. But I don't think it's not representative necessarily. And he did point out, I think quite correctly, that it's hard to get Zerg practice partners, right? So it's tricky. And I have been so fortunate, because I grinded so many games with Hamster, and even Calypso showing up a bit late into the show, and they're both really good players. So Hamster and I, really honestly, I wish we'd played because we were so familiar with each other's game. We mapped out so many possibilities.
Interesting.
And I think you even commented in cast, right? I just played a lot of PvZ games leading up to this.
Well, I guess you did have the better practice for sure. Now, obviously, you're basically committing to it at this point that you're most likely going to be switching over to Protoss for Acropolis.
Well, it's locked in. It's locked in.
Confirmed. Okay, confirmed. And you have won back $200 as a result of placing first. So you donated 103, or 183 rather. So you've only made a net 17, but you got your money back. So that must feel pretty good. The last question I'm going to hit you with before I give you the floor to say whatever you want to say is, you were in a position where you were almost basically winning in that Fata Morgana game, when the Nexus goes down and then you don't see his workers, what was your reaction to realizing he built a Nexus behind his mineral?
I didn't realize for so long. I assumed he was just like being salty and
okay.
not going to leave,
Okay.
or that he was going to come and attack with a whole bunch of scribes and zealots at the pivotal moment or something. I did not suss it out until I saw his gateway still blinking. I'm like, oh shit, he's still mining back there, and I didn't even know, like, is he mining more than me? I don't actually know. He might have been. I feel like if he didn't stick with zealot only, although to be fair, it was very hard to mine gas in that position.
Yep.
He would have had a chance there, but the problem is Zealot's really going to have a hard time against enough range units, and of course Hydra's pierce their arm pretty well. Once you have enough range units, you can't use melee only because they just have the surface area.
Yeah, I feel like if he had counterattacked as he broke out the first time, he might have maybe scared you off a little bit there, because you only had 6 workers for most of that match.
Yeah, it was pretty close too. Like, both times I dived the water on the right, if it finished, I was done. So it was very touch and go.
Wow. If that doesn't get the blood pumping, I don't know what will. Shambler manages to topple Hamster, who toppled Hupsaiya, and you toppled
I gotta go
Shambler,
watch those, man.
Yeah,
I'm impressed, but it's a 3-0, like, damn.
Yeah, listen, well, Hamster played a very different style than Hupsaiya was planning, and the Shambler played his usual style, which Hamster doesn't seem to have an answer for, apparently. So that is at least how those series went. Feel free to go back and share your thoughts in the VOD as usual. But hey, there you go. That's the last. That's it. You're the winner. You're the champ. This is 2 times in a row. Now, I guess the actual for real last question. You've seen the players that are coming in. You've seen EUD, Ecalypso. Obviously, Top Ramen been grinding a lot, even though he was technically in this tournament. Now Leviathan coming into the play. There's, waiting in the wings are like Urbmon, Grunch, saying, are these players going to factor in? There's Krankendow practicing and having all this theory. Are you thinking that you're going to win Acropolis number 2?
Well, let me put it this way. I have a duty to Mystery Meat. I told him I'd keep the throne warm. If he doesn't come back, I have to do it.
You have to.
I mean, these new players are pretty good, like you point out, but I have to find a way.
You have to find a way. There we go. Okay, but if Mystery Meat comes back, you're fine. Just be like, yeah, whatever. That's fine. No big deal.
Well, I mean, if Mystery Meat comes back and I lose, it's like, well, it was inevitable. Yeah, what can I do?
Okay.
But I want to say, like, since we've played so much and he's been absent, we might have exceeded him, but I'm still afraid, man. I live in fear.
Yeah, I mean, it should be noted that his last showing was Ascension 6's grand final, where he 4-0'd Hamster. But he was random, and he rolled Protoss every game. So
what is that? Yeah, he's inscrutable. A mystery, you might say.
Yes, absolute mystery. An enigma. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your champion, Neblime, and he's about ready to sign off. Any final words for us?
Yeah. Shout outs to Biddy B for giving me a lot of interesting ideas for what to do, some of which I incorporated, and he was the one who suggested I do the Kagrant drop, which proved very effective, among many other things, and always being very supportive and encouraging me. All the practice partners I had, which includes Shambler himself, is very, very good practice partner if you ignore the typing. The typing can be annoying, but other than that, he's always willing to go in and test stuff out and just smash one building against another. Newt, of course, I didn't need the Terran, but also was willing to play a lot of games. Like I mentioned, Hamster, we played so many. My PVZ is basically just ZV Hamster is what I've learned to do.
Okay.
Jack Alensky helped me out as well, taught me to use Lavosks at all, because I was like, no, it's cost so much gas, don't do them. But they showed me that they're really good. And, coming in late, Krankendow teaching me a lot of stuff. Calypso even, showing me some pretty scary patriarchs and all that stuff.
Okay.
So thanks to everyone who practiced with me and prepared me for this. And thanks for making the mod, I guess.
Well, of course. Well, we'll be back with more. And I'm sure it'll be even more epic and more eventful. Congrats again, and enjoy your prize money whenever I get around to sending it to you, which will be soon.
Yeah, whenever. All right,
GG, sir. And now I think it's high time that we bring in the other man of the hour, the second place finisher. Let's talk to the Shambler for his exit interview. Hello, sir.
Howdy.
So you have been defeated in the grand finals. There were some very nail-biter matches there. I think Game 2 was very interesting with the way that the strategy opened up. But again, just like I asked Neblime first, I got to ask you about this silly drop cheese that was going on. Did you expect it at all? Did you expect it twice? What was your thought process when it happened the first time versus the second?
It's a matter of listening to my gut. I didn't listen to my gut. The first time, I wanted to go for a proxy pylon, and that 75 minerals cost me the game, in my opinion.
Ah, yes, that's right. That's an underwritten fact. You were planning on proxy vassaling, right?
Yeah, and I didn't cancel it. That's presence of mind on my part. You know, I didn't cancel the pylon when I should have just recognized it immediately. It took me a second to realize, oh shit, he's actually 6-pulling me, even though I scouted it. And that hesitation let the pylon finish. So there was a mistake there that could have been rectified. But even then, you know, there was ways to dig myself out of that hole. I could have mined gas for a Draken and so on and so forth, especially with the siege going as long as it did.
Yep.
I did not expect it to last that long, to be honest. And then when I watch the VOD, because every time after a game, you know, if I'm in the restroom or doing whatever, you know, or just, you know, I'll check that last game just a little bit and then close the stream, right? Just to see, you know, get a feeling, you know, how was I doing there? What could I improve? You know,
Right.
key moments that I think I identify in the game, right? And I had no clue that I thought I was. You see me pathing my army around to like these 4th and 5th bases, thinking, oh well, if I am gonna be competitive, I gotta stop his 5th base from coming up. When in reality, he's on 2 base with half my workers.
Yes.
If I knew that, okay, if I knew that, I would have played that game totally differently. I would have started mining gas. I would have got Drakenins on that ramp. I would have started building static D on the thing. You know, I didn't take it as seriously, and that's probably my biggest regret in this whole set is that specific game, and then the Titan Forge game after that, because there's another thing I'll get into. But that one game, I had this feeling of like something's up, because why isn't he as ahead as he is? And I know 6-pull puts you behind, but man, I guess he just kept making the army and stuff.
Yeah,
that makes sense in hindsight. But at the moment, I was like, how is he? How is it that I'm not just dead right now? Where are the Hydras? Where are this? And I that's my biggest regret, was not making a greater show out of that game at the very least, you know, because that was an epic story right there.
Oh yeah,
it could have been done, but wasn't there because I didn't recognize it. And that was probably my biggest regret in the thing. I do think that if I had gone with my usual and didn't leave the script, I just win those games. So maybe I don't win the whole thing. You know, maybe he goes back to his macro and he wins, but it could have been a 4-2 instead of a 4-3. Instead of a 4-0, but yeah, it was interesting.
It's definitely a different look. I've never seen that strategy. Apparently sourced by Biddy B. You can blame him for the idea, I guess. When we're thinking about Titan Forge, you obviously selected it when you were down to elimination point, which, you know, makes sense thematically as it is the map that you contributed to the map pool. So, you know, home territory in some ways. I really highly doubt you would expect that a second time in a row, but even then, Neblime himself saying that you actually had a nice adjustment so that if it did come, you were in theory going to be in a nice spot. What went wrong in that hold?
That's my second biggest regret, was that I did not go with my gut, and my gut told me that I might do this again. Like, I felt that. That's why I sent the scout earlier, one earlier, and I dropped it. I was like, okay, I can hold this, but in reality, I've never thought that the Protoss can actually afford to take their pylon away from the Nexus. And I went for a separate pylon instead, when really I was combining 2 experimental things, because I was going to go triple vassal there.
Oh, okay.
And that's the map to do it if you're going to do it, because you can rely on static D on the cliff to hold your nat, build some buildings there, and then just vassal around, because Zerg famously struggles with anti-air. Put some splash in your main in across those 3 bases, secluded bases, to deal with the inevitable Skith counterattack. That's okay though, because you're delivering tech, and you're delaying tech, I mean, so that's okay. You can do all that. And I put the pylon near the ramp, something I never do, that I've always been against from Protoss and thought was an objective mistake. And there's some things like, oh, my Warden was targeting the wrong thing, at least targeting the Ovaleth, and I had to manually tell it to shoot the Cesiant or the K-Rand and the Lings. That's one thing. And then my Sim, but all those are pretty minor too. I think I just straight up crush him there if I just put my pylon like I always do behind my mineral line, and I put my lattice blocking one side, and then instead of like last game, instead of having a 75 mineral deficit, but on top of that, instead of putting the cannon behind the mineral line, I can just put it to the side, and then I can put the one behind the mineral line if I think he's going to try and go for a flank or whatever.
Right.
And then he's economically crippled. I just rally one vassal over. It's game over, and we have a series on our hands. Instead, I go with double experimental. I step out of my comfort zone 2 times, and don't respond in the way I should. Like, I draw too many workers away, so that stops me from constantly producing in the background. It also delayed my sim by a lot. I only needed like 4 or 5 workers not 4 or 5. I brought over like 8.
Yeah, I think you brought over the majority. You only had 3 mining. So
yeah. I could have left 2 more there, blocked the ramp. Yeah, he does that drop thing, but I have a sim out faster in that scenario. A sim that's going to be nestled nice and tight in between a cannon and a whatever. And 2 pylons. There's a lot of things I could have done there. There's small differences, but at the end of the day, none of them matter if I just went with the old tried and true Shambler patented. Put your mineral on the damn line because you are the one who fucking knows how to cheese everybody with the 6 pool.
Right. Okay.
Them's the breaks. But overall, I'm not too bothered by the tourney. I had a lot of fun in that first game. It was a real blast. I was trying to go for the tactical tilt, but it didn't work on the blind. If it was Hupsaiya, he would have rage quit. He
might have just forfeited the whole thing at that point. Yeah.
You'll see a game like that if you go into the epic pools of things. Except it's a bit more grand in its ending.
Oh, I see. Gotcha.
A bit less of a joke.
Nuclear salt bomb about to go off is what I'm hearing. Well.
Yeah.
Let's rewind to that first game. So you obviously had this composition that was very powerful, very potent. It's the, Uptecton versus ground, Patriarch versus air stack, and you multiply both of those with the Charlatan. Do you think that maybe the issue with this particular game was that you couldn't get some of those heavy hitters up until you were already too far behind? Or how do you actually break that one down? Because everybody's going to look at that game and say, Shambler didn't GG for 15 minutes when he probably should have. And obviously you're the kind of player who thinks that I can make comebacks happen, even if it looks really grim. And obviously it's also in the grand final. You don't want to concede too early. But how are you thinking about what went wrong there exactly? And why couldn't you make that sort of almost like Omega composition in some ways for Protoss work versus Neblime Zerg?
I don't think I was behind until I made the engram.
Oh, the one in your natural.
The engram was overkill. Should have put 2 cannons instead. That gives me the gas income to make more Patriarchs more quickly. It also gives me the gas income to make Charlatans more quickly. And that saved gas, or maybe just 1 cannon. Just wanted 1 cannon where that thing is, because he actually never ended up going skiths. And really what I should have done is scouted more with something, anything. Maybe a Bargeist, and 'cause those aren't too bad. But the reality is that I overreacted. I was too paranoid of skiths. I went for the lazy option of just putting an engram in there instead of the proactive option, which was to put 2 cannons there, because you want 2 cannons at least in every mineral line against Zerg. I don't care what people say. The air transitions are brutal if you do not do it. So if you have floating cash, you already built more. You already got one more production coming. You got your stuff all fixed. Put a cannon down. It will never hurt you. But those resources that are tied up there, can go into stuff to hold that northern ramp, because how you hold is that the Zerg actually really, really struggle to push against TAWs, especially if there's buildings in the way. So you just put some shit up with the. You just put a little bit, some buildings to sort of filter things through, and then your more efficient units just shred the fucking Zerg, because the Zerg cannot hope to bust. They really struggle. They get distracted. They get tied up, and you have all this splash and all this power. And so the engram was a tempo murdering move that stopped me from taking that northern ramp and myself in. And then, as you saw there, a Protoss can be outnumbered infinitely by Zerg trash and just wade on through and not care.
Right.
So imagine if I had 3 base with 3 it's 3, but 3 Ancestral Archives pumping out Patriarchs and Uptectons.
Oh, sure, yeah.
I don't care what he goes. I don't care if he's on 6 bases. I'll march straight into his main. That was my plan going into that. Okay, we're gonna go for that tech rush. It was inspired by what Krakendow sent me.
Oh, okay.
Lad, one of the few practice partners I managed to get my hands on, and I didn't win, but I figured I'd shout him out. He sent me some replays. Leviathan sent me some replays. And I saw, okay, maybe just maybe Neblime really just struggles against that macro style into hard tech, and he does. If that was me in the Neblime shoes, that game doesn't go 30 minutes. That game goes, that game's over,
Okay.
That game's over. I know how to crack a fucking Uptecton thing. He doesn't. So
You gave him a lot of time to figure out the comp, so I was actually worried if the game goes long that maybe he knows what to make in that situation a bit more, because he's kind of experimenting, sort of like you're saying, he's figuring out what does work. Were you worried that if the next game, for example, on Axiom went long, that he would actually have more knowledge there? Like, what was your game plan going into Axiom?
Game plan was the same thing, but, actually, what was it? It's the same thing, but I did fuck up the timing of things, so I thought I'd by going into charlatans and just seeing if I could just charlatan my way out of things, because the gas for the charlatans really should have been for the splash.
Right, okay. Thinking about like Patriarchs or something like that. Yeah.
And I thought, well, the charlatans deal their own splash, so maybe if I can just get enough charlatans, I'm okay, and that didn't work out. And they're expensive, Maybe I could have gone like Empyrean Charlatan. That would be interesting.
I'm still waiting for someone to discover Gladius Charlatan, because the bounces double up, so just saying.
Oh, they do?
Yeah, of course. It's still a projectile.
Holy fuck.
Somebody has to discover that. I kind of thought that's what you were going for when you started the Stargates down, right?
That was a panic move, because I guess we're doing another siege thing, and I can't be doing Tectons.
Right, yeah, because your Ancestral died, which was probably a crippling move there in and of itself. And you obviously reacted to his Larvosk opener pretty fast, but couldn't get the Legionnaire in time. Did you feel like you knew how to navigate from that position as well?
The Larvosk was just, Zerg has better macro. It's not a big deal. It doesn't change the plan, because the plan isn't to out macro the Zerg. The plan is to out-tech the Zerg and then just fucking brutalize them, because tier 2 Zerg still struggles against your options once you get your options in sufficient numbers. But they never got the chance to do that. So it's nice. I definitely think I'll integrate into my own Zerg play if I switch to Zerg. I think I'm going to go Protoss again.
Okay.
I'm liking the Protoss. I like these new changes to the Protoss. Uptectons being not blocked by units is actually a big buff, but I think making them bigger is not that much of a problem.
Yes, they are significantly bigger, but they only collide with each other and other really big units, right? So
yeah. I actually think that's a significant buff, because a big problem with Uptectons is that they're real slow and they slow down the rest of your army. That's not so much the problem. You don't have to be constantly microing your Tecton to the back or to the mid or whatever, so that they're not, slowing you down. Because you don't want your army to be too async, but really the Tectons are so tanky that unless you're really caught out of position, stupid, like you've already engaged without them, that's silly. But you can actually have them lag behind and then just have them run away, micro them, and then move the rest of your army from the back, and you can actually just pull off flanks constantly, because they take so long to die, and have a lot of ability that you just flip around, deal a bunch of damage to any melee that's on them. Run away, get tickled a little, flip around, do a bunch of damage, which also slows down the army, which allows your stuff to just collapse in. So it's actually, it's interesting that they're a unit that, you don't really need to worry about them lagging too far behind. If you get more than one, they can take care of themselves until the air stacks really come out that can snipe them down quickly.
Oh, that's another point to mention too, is that this isn't actually in sync yet on pre-release, but they are losing their anti-air attack, right? So that means that you'll have to escort them a little bit more, because they were able to deal with like small stacks of Gorgons or Sundogs or whatever in PvT. I'm not really sure it came into play too much in the V versus Z games, because they usually just have way more air. Like you mentioned earlier, Zerg air transitions can really hit quite hard. But we'll have to see, because I also think that we're going to see a little bit slightly less Hydra, at least not without a little bit more armor rend from something like maybe the Vorv or whatever, right? So there's a couple of things that might be coming in for Zerg as well. But interesting to hear you say that you're going to stick with Toss. We might still have a shortage of Terran and Zerg players by comparison when the next tournament comes around. Who knows? So I guess I sort of closed asking Neblime a similar kind of question that I'll pose to you now. I did mention this before the match. This is your first grand final in a little while. I think it's very clear that you've been able to improve at the game and be able to get all the way back up here after not finishing higher than the lower final for a little bit. So you must be happy about that in some ways, even though it's bittersweet to be dusted by Neblime in some very quick games and also some more longer ones. But do you reckon that you'll still be here at the top, despite the sudden arrival of many new Terran, Zerg, and Protoss players that are all going to be gunning for that crown when we come time for the next tournament? Do you think you'll still be in the next final?
Koreans aren't here yet. Until those Koreans come, I don't fear any newcomer.
Okay.
The fated gentrification of the bracket is a long ways away in my view, and I've gotten a lot better. You know, I'm sort of like a Cosmonarchy native in terms of RTS play.
Sure, yeah.
So you're gonna see me a long time gonna go.
All right. Listen, that's the answer I was hoping to hear. Thank you, sir, for your play, for your time, for your support, for the development of this project, and I'm sure we'll be seeing you for quite a while longer in some facet or another. GG's, and here's to the next time when maybe you'll earn even heftier prize. Oh, I have to mention, too, if my math is correct here, you've earned $100 for your second place win. So there's that givings that I'll be handing off to you some point later tonight, probably.
Pretty great.
There you go. GG's, sir.
GG.
Until next time for the Shambler, we have our champion. It is none other than Neblime, who has conquered the Shambler. And on this lovely face, full of lemons, even though he says it's not lemons, it's lemons, I will leave you with this. The same champion as last time is the first for Acropolis, the first of 2024, but I don't think he'll be the only one. So join us on the Discord server, provide more prize pool money in the future, or other donations to our coffee page, and otherwise, stay tuned for more Cosmonarchy casts. I've already got one in the pipe for tomorrow, so congrats again to Neblime, and we'll see you guys very soon.